Alrighty. Oh boy. Okay, I think we're back. I'm not sure. We go one large order 20 apply. Alrighty. Oh, I got to connect. Come on. Let's go. There we go. Uh, don't tell me I'm gonna miss a trade because of this. No. All right, first 6 minutes. Oh no, I don't want that. Uh, okay. Oh wow, that was RTY March 26th. Got 200 contracts on the wrong side. We got 200 contracts of shorts that are on the wrong side. We have NQ that's not really pushing any volume into it. R2Y, we got March 26th. Market just opened up. We've been open up for about 7 minutes. I had to reboot because somehow I think I clicked too many buttons. I had too many windows open on Ninja Trader and it froze up on me. If we look at the 5 minute, the 5 minute is definitely bearish. If you look at the 5 minute for the Russell, it's definitely bearish. We had all these people trying to buy it and they're underwater right now. All those that buying is underwater. So if they start cutting, the market could puke out if they start cutting too much. What account am I on? Okay, let's try that. Got some resistance at 30.2. We have resistance at 30.2 for the Russell. The Nasdaq is not moving either. Nasdaq is not moving that much. As far as with big orders, I don't see any big orders coming in with the Nasdaq. Resting orders. Let's do this. Let's go 20. Minimum volume of 1. Let's go minimum volume of 2. How about 5? Got some resting orders at 30.2 up here with the Russell. You got resting orders up there. NQ's not NQ's doing a little bit. There's not a lot of large money coming into the NQ. No big contracts being kicked off on the NQ. We're looking at the Russell right now. Right now we're looking at the Russell. You've got resting orders up there at 27.9 roughly and about 29.9. So they're definitely looking to push this down. Um, this is a 5-minute chart on the Russell, and as you can see, we are definitely sloping down. You've had some buyers come in during pre-market. You had some buyers come in. That one got caught. That 338 lot got caught on the wrong side. You could have traded it early morning after non-farm payroll, and you probably could have netted yourself about 10 points, about $500 on the Russell. Uh, I'm trading the Russell because there was someone yesterday that asked about the Russell. So, yeah, let me just trade the Russell a little bit and see what we can do. I traded it at pre-market, made a little bit of money. We got 40 contracts that just kicked off. We have 200 down here. It's hard for me to try to get a short off right now because right now we're just kind of, if you look at these wicks right here on the 1 minute, they're kind of wicking up, wicking down. Um, the market needs to settle down probably the first 15 minutes. Let's see what happens. We got some sell imbalance, persistent selling. At 200 contracts is underwater right now. That was earlier. At 200 contracts came in earlier. They're underwater. Did they? Yeah. We got some resting orders up here. Uh, looks like at around 25, 27, 27.8. You got some resting orders, 29, about round 30, 25, 30. You got some resting orders on the Russell up here. I think what happened when my system locked up is I just started opening too many windows. I had multiple DOMs, multiple pulse windows open, and I'm running on a Mac. I'm running Parallels Windows on Parallels, and I'm only giving it a certain amount of RAM, and I just think it just kind of took a crap on me, to be quite honest. So let's see if we can break through those resting orders right there. We got more resting orders up here. That was a pretty large fill. That was a pretty large fill. That's about 200 fill on that. Um, you gotta be quick on the draw, I guess, with the Russell. Kinda like the NQ, maybe. I'm looking for the 1 minute. We're looking at the 1 minute right now. Um, I'm looking for this to settle down. The 5 minute, if you look at the 5 minute, we're still sloping down a little bit. Let them battle this out. I'm gonna let them battle this out, and then I will decide what I wanna do. Right now, for the Russell, I got a minimum volume of 5. So if you don't see anything in there, that means it's lower than 5 volume. That's just kind of low volume area. Um, if you set it to 1, it just fills it up. Uh, Set it to 2, fills it up a little bit more. Large volume I have set to 20 for the Russell. Resting orders I have set to 20. I don't know what maybe 25 looks like somewhat. That's 10. Got 15, 20. That's 20 resting orders for the Russell. Right now, we're just kind of ping ponging back and forth. I wouldn't touch this, and the reason for that is look at this 1 minute. This 1 minute candle in the Russell, we ran up wicks, ran up wicks. Let them figure out what they want to do. You got the 5 minute getting ready to cross over. This is start. Whoops. This is starting to look a little bit better right here. Let it come up above. If really all you want is one good trade a day, get the odds in your favor. This is a balanced market right now. Right up in here, and then we had 839 non-farm payroll. Well, they found the value. The value was to the downside. I got a little bit of a short up in here. I missed this whole move right here because I was doing something else. I was away from my desk. I didn't think it would do that. So I was away from my desk. And then what the market does is it moves down. The value they found was to the downside. Now it's just auction market theory. Market searches for value. It's down here. Then it needs to balance out. Let the bulls and bears fight it out and then decide where they want to go. Do they want to move it, keep moving it down? Do they want to close above the Heiken-Ash smooth lines and start running it up here? Let them. Right now, it looks like the bulls are going pretty good. They seems like they've got more contracts buying, but right now it's still down. So let them decide. Don't get in the middle of a dogfight with these institutions. And I started trading the Russell today because I read up on it, and we got 27 lot that kicked off. That's just one order, 27 sell. Um, the rest in orders really don't have much going on. We could run down here to 22.2 and see what happens. Um, every tick on the Russell is 5. So like 27.1 to 27.2, that'd be like $5. The spread's a little bit uh, wider than the NASDAQ. So NASDAQ, I just use market orders, get in and out. I don't think I might not be able to do that with the Russell, but I'll figure that out. Um, so if you tried to catch this short and it runs back down and comes back to your break to where you entered, y- just get out. Just commissions are cheap. Just might cost what, $2. I mean, it's better than taking a full stop out. I mean, who cares if you get yourself $20? I mean, you got to protect the capital. Let's switch over to the Nasdaq and see what the Nas is doing. Nas is doing the same thing. This is the Nasdaq. Nasdaq 100 still doing the same thing. What I'm seeing is the lack of participation from the institutions. We're not seeing a big participation up in here, so we're not seeing large participation. I'm not seeing large orders. I mean, you got 80. You got 80, that's somewhat. You got 30, that's kind of low. 40 is low. 30 is low. I need to see 50 and higher. I need to see 50 and higher. Um, really, to be quite honest. Uh, let's go back over to the Russell. Best thing you can do is just don't get in the middle of this because you have huge wicks right here. Okay. Huge wicks. And they're pushing the market down. Huge wicks, they're pushing it down. Just let them decide what they want to do. The 5 minute is still not in the odds are not in your favor on the 5 minute. If you have to sit here and wait for 2 hours and get a nice trend upwards, if you're looking for longs and get a trend upwards and you get a small pullback and then you can get yourself maybe $200-300 winner and sit there and wait for 2 hours if you have to. You gotta be patient and wait for the trades to set up. Also, I'm trading a new instrument, the Russell, so I need to get a feel for it. Right now, see what I'm talking about? That big wick right there? NASDAQ, let's switch over to the NASDAQ. NASDAQ, same thing, big wicks, big wicks. Wick down, wick to the downside, wicks on the upside. Look at this. We had a big sell-off, okay? And then we kind of ran back up. That's when I was rebooting. Probably missed something. Who knows? Who cares? Uh, you always get trades. Um, just I'm seeing a lot of wicks on the Nasdaq. A lot of wicks on the Nasdaq. So a lot of up down on the Russell here. On the Russell here is a lot of up down, up down. If you want to see what contract I'm on, you can see it down at the bottom on these tabs right here. The blue tab will show you which one I'm currently on. Like if I switch over to the NAS, that's NQ March. That'll tell you which contracts I'm in, what I'm looking at. Right now, I need to find out where they're going. If you look at the 5 minute, still 5 minute. If you look at the 5 minute, the odds are not in your favor when you're right here in the middle of a balanced market right here. Odds are not in your favor. You need to look for stuff like this that's going down, okay? You're not going to get the whole move. You're not going to get like a massive move and make yourself $1,000, but can you go from like, okay, we got a 59 and 30 lot. Can you go from like here to here maybe and get yourself like $500 move to $300 move? Yeah, that's what you're looking for. You're looking for to put the odds in your favor and the momentum of where the institutions are pushing the market. And these institutions get caught on the wrong side too. You have 330 lots. That is a huge order. That's one order that came through that a market maker filled for an institution. Probably another institution wanted to sell it to them, and then they bought it, and then it goes to the CME group, and then Rhythmic picks it up, and then I print it up on the screen. So it all happens within milliseconds of each other, okay? Because it's a regulated market. It has to be uh, shown to the public. So, hey, you need to, even the institutions are wrong, okay? Because you got another institution that's trying to push the market down. They got caught on the wrong side. So what you can do is when you breaks the low right there, and you had a 57 lot kick in, you come down here, get yourself about 10 points, make yourself a little bit of money. I guess 10 points on the Russell is like $500. Per tick is like $5. I mean, look at the 5 minute wick, 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 wick. There's a wick on the top. Just sit and wait. You got to be patient. You got to be patient. I'm not the type of trader that's just going to be clicking buttons all the time for a live stream just so people can see someone trade. It's not how trading is. Sometimes you have to sit there for 1 to 2 hours. Sometimes you'll sit here until 11:30 and get nothing. Don't happen very often, but I mean, pre-market non-farm payroll, you could have made yourself a little bit of money on non-farm payroll this morning if you traded around 8:40. On the 5 minute, it looked really good. And this is so the 1 minute is not looking too hot. Look at that 1 minute. 1 minute on the Russell. We're just consolidating. The NQ, same thing. You're starting to get a little bit of orders coming in here at 80, 90, 30, 40. Not a lot of big participation up here. You got a buying balance on the NASDAQ, but it got absorbed and we're moving down. So I don't know what they're doing this morning. I'm on the Russell. Maybe next week I'll trade gold. I need to look at gold and see what's going on. Also later today, I'm going to start working on some videos. I'm working on a section on the site called education. So what that's going to do is it's going to show people, hey, this is when you import the indicator, when you import the add-ons. I'm going to have separate videos to go through the settings that I use, and explain to you what all the settings are in detail and how the logic of it works. Uh, I'm going to do that for order flow bars, the main indicator, this right here, order flow bars. I'm going to go over the settings. The DOM, I'm going to go over that in the video, and also the order flow pulse. I'm going to go over that, as well as like live pulse, what that does, and then the minute, and of course the 30, 15, and 5. That's kind of self-explanatory. Um, so that section of the site could possibly be up and running this weekend, called education. And I'm going to keep adding to it. Like, I'm going to go over my full trading plan in the video of what I look for, how I trade. And right now, we're not seeing much. We're just seeing a sell off pre market and then a nice balance market. We had a sell off pre market, and then it just kind of chopping around a little bit. We had a sell off right there at 935. We had big seller that get caught. Then we have 200 lot buyers. So it's, we don't know what's going on up in here. We don't know. And right now, if you look at the smooth hiking and ashy, it's kind of sloping up, sloping down. It's kind of flatlining. It's not doing very much. It's just flatlining. Right now, we've got a lot of sell volume coming in. We got a lot of sell volume right there. We got persistent selling right there, and the sell stack and balance right there forming. We got a lot of selling coming in here, and the delta's picking up because the bars on order flow pulse, the bars are getting redder, dark red. That means high negative delta. When they're kind of hollow, that means low delta. Delta is just a difference between the buy and sell volume. We got a big contract that just kicked off on the Russell. You got to be careful about trying to short that, because you're trying to short the lows right here, people. You're trying to short the lows right here. You're trying to short the lows, and look what happened. They got absorbed. So possibly what you want to look for is, see what I'm talking about. They just got absorbed because you had some bids down here. They absorbed them. So let's see. They're being absorbed because we couldn't push down any further. Um, they could push down. They could break it. They could push down. What you want to see is you want to see a break and then maybe a retest and try to get into a short. You want to see a break and try to get into a short. You want to see a break and a retest maybe. We got some bids sitting down up in here. We got some bids sitting down there at about 25.15. So when you break like this and you break the lows, what you're really looking for, this is what you're looking for. You're looking for, okay, we broke, and then look how we are trading back up. We're trading right back up, and we traded up with a little bit of speed. What that's telling me is there's not enough to really break and sell off big, because it just came right back up pretty quickly. That's kind of like if you hear people talk about the speed of the tape. If you're looking at the DOM, I guarantee you the DOM kind of broke a little bit and then it just kind of shot right back up. So now, see, there's some people that are going to try to short the lows, and look at the speed. Look at the speed that's going up. That's going up on low volume. I mean, look at that speed going up. Did any news hit? The heck is 10 o'clock? I've been kind of off today. 8:30, 9:50. The Fed speak on TV. Yeah. Well, he must have said something. Who knows? 9:50 is 10 o'clock. I don't know what they're doing. 10:15. Fed's daily. Paulson speaks. All the Feds are running their mouths. IRGC target U.S. forces in UAE AI airbase in the UAE. All base in Kuwait. Iranian state media. Yeah. So I don't know what's going on. Normally, when the Feds shoot their mouths off, the market really don't move that much. Let's take a look at the Nasdaq. Let's see what happened with the Nasdaq. See, same thing happened with the Nasdaq. We kind of got down in this area, and then we kind of ran right back up. You got some large contracts selling off on the Nasdaq right here. We don't have any. We got some buyers up there on the Russell. We got some buyer absorption up there. We're just ping ponging back and forth. Don't be getting frustrated and then just try and click a button and see what happens. Actually, this might. If you try to get in here, you're going to have to take a stop at like 29.4. I'm going to just test it, see what happens. Test it, see what happens. I'm on an eval, so we'll test it, see what happens. I'm not liking this. So I tried to go long a little bit. I just took a stop out. It's on eval. I'm not too worried about it. The market, if we look at the 1 minute on Russell, it's just a balanced market. It's not doing very much. See if we can get that 40 contract on the wrong side. If we trade, if we trade and close above it, that would be good. $5 minute on the Russell is trying to get going. Let's see, switch over to the Nasdaq and see what happens there. Uh, yeah, they're not doing very much today. I don't know. They're not doing very much. They're not. Uh, you got to smoke it up there. Come get the 25,440. Come get that 25,440, people. Go, Russell. Get that 25,440. Get that 25,440. All right. Took a little small scalp on that. Make back some of the loss that I took. Um, the reason I did is because we sold off here, and then we started moving back up, and then Once we started, I thought we were break this high and try to test the 2540s, but we didn't. Once we started selling off again, I just cut it for a small profit. Made back some of the money I lost on that on the first one I tried. Um, yeah, the market's not. If we look at the Nasdaq's selling off on the 1 minute. It's just kind of not doing very much. Uh, Going back to the Russell, I just the Russell. I mean, you can make some pretty decent money with the Russell. I think next week I might be trading gold. See how gold is working with order flow pulse. What are we doing here? If you look at the 5 minute is starting to set up a little bit decent. We closed above it. If we can break this area right up in here, we could probably test it the 2545 on the Russell. If we can break that area, that'll be good. But we're gonna have to see some participation in order to do that. You got this ledge right here with the buyers, with the large order buyers. You got that ledge. So if we come down here, that's where those buyers, the bubbles right here, that right there, the profile, the profile that just shows the volume for the main bubbles. I'm going to do some different settings for that. But right there could be support. If we break this area right up in here, we could probably go and test the 2520s. So if this doesn't hold with those large buyers there on the Russell, we could come down here at 2520. That's what I'm thinking. If we don't hold. And right now we're closing below the smooth hike and ashy line, so we could possibly be losing this ledge, but it's hard to take a short because you got them strong buyers right there, and they might come in and get it. But if we break it, we could come down here and test the 2520s. But you got to be careful because you got some large buyers up in here, and they're going to defend that area. More than likely, they would defend that area and try to push it up. Uh, yeah, right now I'm trading an eval. Yeah, my settings on the NQ, my settings on the NQ is this right here. Looks like we're breaking that area on the Russell. I have bubble minimum volume set to 30, large trades is 50. You can probably bump that up to 100. Um, the delta, how many delta I'm showing is just 15 past minutes. The imbalance ratio is 4. The levels required is 3. And the bubble ticks is 1. Um, that's just a tick. That's used for tick merging. Uh, I don't know if this would actually, if the Russell would actually be good for a tick merge of 2, maybe. Maybe that looks a little bit cleaner. What that does is that it takes it from like point 1 to point 2. It kind of merges the data and it kind of smooths it out a little bit easier. You could possibly do that for the Russell, and you can also do that with the NASDAQ as well. The ES is not needed just because the ES is such a thickly traded market. It's really not needed. Sometimes on a high volatility day and the ATR is high, I will tick merge the NQ to 4. And what that will do, that will just take like a whole point of the NQ and merge that data together and then show it to you. But for the bubbles, I just kind of leave it as like 1. It'll show, and these bubbles are just one order execution. Just one order execution is the bubbles. We're not doing very much. We're not doing very much. And what's the NQ doing? I mean, the NQ sold off. We had a sell and bounce, but we closed above it. That's not a good signal to go short, to be quite honest. I mean, you can take it if you want. That's not real good for me though. And again, we're pushing right back up. This is, with all these feds running our mouth today at 9:50, 10:15, 11:30, 12:30. I mean, they could just sit here and just bounce around all friggin' afternoon. They could just bounce around all afternoon. We got a 37 lot sell order that kicked off. Are they going to get caught on the wrong side? We don't know. We got some resting orders up there on the ask. It looks like they might get caught on the wrong side, which means that 40 lot would be caught as well. This one right here, and that 37 lot, if we close above this, they could get on the wrong side. And if these orders up in here start fading away, that's a good sign. Persistent buying. We got the volume picking up. The bars are wide right here, so the volume's picking up, but we need the delta to pick up. We need those bars to be dark green for high positive delta, a lot of high positive delta, but the bars are not getting real dark. So we closed above it. You gotta think we're at the top of that channel though. And if you're in this, the stops down here. Just because if they lose this, they can just keep, we're in the channels and they could just keep bouncing around. I mean, this is, I need to see volume start coming in. We got a little bit of volume, but I need more volume. We need to break through the resting orders up there. You got to break through those resting orders. You got to go up to 2540, people. You got to go to 2540. Yeah, I'm out. Just picked up a little small scalp on that. The reason I got in is because I saw the volume right there. I got in. I got in to test the waters. We came up here. I was hoping we'd break through to 2540. And then once I saw that low volume and the volume was not picking up these bars, the bars right here on order flow pulse, if they're not getting wider and we're just sitting there and we're not moving, and yeah, I need to get out because we don't have enough momentum to break through the 39 and the 40s up here. We need to be able to break through that. That's what I like to see. So I just cut it and got out. We got a lot of resting orders up in here sitting. We got 29. This is the first time me trading the Russell. I'm not used to it. Um, I got back in just because I saw the volume right there, saw the volume kick in and saw that volume, so I got back in. Um, I need to see volume, people. Come on, let's pick it up. Pick it up. I'm cutting it. We're kind of high away from the hiking ashy, so hopefully we can get a pullback. If not, then so be it. Nasdaq. Nasdaq is not doing very much. We're up here on the Nasdaq. The Russell, I'll give the Russell a chance. We got some large resting orders up here at 25.44. Yeah, we couldn't break through those large resting orders, so we'll probably come right back down. We need to break through this area. We got thin volume trying to break through. We need that volume to really pick up. We need the bars to get wide to show nice green volume kicking in. If not, they're just going to get absorbed and get pushed back down. Right now, we're looking at the Russell 2000. We're looking at the Russell futures. Um, we got the NASDAQ right here. NASDAQ is not doing very much. We're not seeing a lot of large participation on the NASDAQ, to be quite honest. There's not a lot of large participation in NASDAQ as far as large orders coming through. Uh, and I guess this is the first time me trading the Russell, so uh, I have it set to a large volume of 20 for order flow pulse. I guess that's good. It seems like it is. We have 50 lot kicked off 24.40. Uh, if you look at the 5 minute on the Russell, 5 minute on the Russell, the pre market we sold off and then we just kind of bounced around and now the market's trying to find value to the upside. So the 5 minute is bullish and the smooth Heikin-Ashi lines are bullish. So I wouldn't really be trying to short anything, to be quite honest. It's a Friday and the feds are running their mouths. So we might not get a whole lot. Might not get a whole lot. Got a little bit of volume that kicked in, not very much. Got some resting orders up in here. You need to break through 25 at 45.4. This is the area, if you see that big bubble I mean, that, big bar right there on the bubble profile, that's because that large order right there around 8:40, uh, kicked in, but they got smoked pretty heavily on pre-market. So you gotta be careful about that. They could get absorbed and then get pushed right back down like they did in pre-market. You had a big, I think that was like 300 lots or something. I'm not, yeah, 338. It was 338. You gotta be careful with that. You have a buyer that's interested in that area, but more than likely they're already out. Uh, and then we had some buyers down here when we were in consolidation mode, but you got to get above here and then hold that 2546. Yeah, got to hold that with that big buyer there. And it looks like we're not holding it. So that's just things you have to take into consideration. Now, with me trading the Russell, this is the first time I've traded it today. I'm usually trading the Nasdaq. I mean, I got in right here, and I think I took the profits too quickly just because I'm so used to the Nasdaq. I mean, if you can hold it, and then you got yourself about $250 right there, roughly. That was that 37 that got caught, and then we closed above it. 37 got caught. We closed above it. Um, but we had some resting orders up in here. We got pushed down a little bit, then we broke through with here. And I need to trade the Russell for like a few days, not just one day, and then see if I want to trade it. I really got to trade it for a couple of days. Next week, I'm going to see what's going on with gold. Maybe we can get some gold trades. Silver, I don't trade silver. I'm not going to. That thing is, I don't know what's up with that thing. I'm not trading that. I'm not getting involved. You either make a lot of money or lose a lot. 15 large volume. Okay. Let's 15 large volume. We got 22. We got some resting orders up here at 47. We need to really break through. We need to see these bars getting wide. We need to get them wide. And when they get wide, they need to move. If they get wide and they just sit there, that's being absorbed. You see how it's getting wide? It needs to get wide and keep moving up the way it is. It just needs to keep moving up. Get wide, move up. Get wide, move up. If it gets wide and it's just sitting there and it's ticking down and it's getting wide and it's just sitting there or ticking down, that's not good. That's absorption. Resting orders, I don't know. Maybe 30, 20. Yeah, we need to break through that area right there. You had a 34 lot seller come in. They need to start taking some heat in order to keep moving up. We've extended off pretty large. Yeah, So smooth Haganashi lines are sloping upwards. They spread apart. We came down here and we bounced off of it, and then we're just kind of moving back up. Got a 45 lot that kicked off. We need to break through that area. The delta is not a real dark green, so the delta is not that high. And if you look over here, we got 196 delta. It, maybe I could try. I like to have the deltas somehow show up on here, uh, but I got to be careful because I'm pushing it to the limits with all this information being shown on here. And it seems like the windows are moving pretty smoothly. So I might have the ability to keep putting more on there. What I would like to do is have here on the right hand side of the price, on the right hand side of the price, I like to have like a histogram of like maybe the bids and the ask, and maybe show like large resting orders up in there on the right side here of the price. I'd kind of like to do that. You explain order flow. I don't know what I just said. Are we talking about the absorption? Yeah, so absorption, like we saw it right here. We had a 34 lot and we had 22, and we came up here and I saw this red bar right here, but it wasn't real dark red, so it's not a lot of high negative delta. But when you see an area, like up in this area, and you see kind of like this 45, if you see this 45 lot, that's pretty large order that came through, and the bars are getting a little bit wide. If the bars are getting wider and they're green, and we're not taking out those asks that are sitting on the book, if we're not moving through them and the green bars are getting wide and there's volume in there and we're not ticking up and we're not moving through, that means that there is someone sitting on the book just refreshing the orders uh, on the book and just eating up the bid. So it could be an iceberg order. It could be a large institution that has like 500 orders they have to get through, and they're just doing like 10 lots at a time, and this just keeps refreshing. You'd really have to look at a DOM to see that. Uh, and you're getting high volume, but you're not moving up. That means they're getting absorbed. That's a telltale sign of maybe if I'm in, I want to get out or start taking some profits, move to a break even. But and it happens on the downside as well. If you move down, uh, like here, that 27 lot kicked off, and then right now we're moving back up. But if they sit there at this level and the sell orders are coming in, but they're not moving down, they're not breaking through, that means they're getting absorbed, which is bullish, and we could move back up. We're moving up on thin volume. Of course, I don't know exactly what thin volume is for the Russell. That 37 lot got caught on the wrong side right here, but you got a 34 up here as well. I mean, you could take the break of this right here and try to get yourself maybe like a half of a point, I guess. Maybe that'll make you 25 bucks. I'm not sure. I mean, Russell trades at $5 per tick. So when it goes from 40 to 41, that's like 10 ticks, and that's like $50. Okay, we got a large volume there for the sell, right up here. We got thin volume that moved down. Thin volume is moving up. The Russell seems like it runs a little bit smoother. I kind of like trading the Nasdaq. Probably just because I've traded it for 10 years. Yeah, chart trader I've looked into that, and that's a huge endeavor. Um, just because this order flow pulse window, and I really want to do it, I really need to find the time and get things locked down. But chart trader on order flow pulse is going to be fantastic. It's a huge endeavor because I get the backing of NinjaTrader, but I have to write everything because this window, when I started with this, it's just a blank window in C sharp, and I have to write the code for all the order settings for the market and the limit orders. Uh, if you want to be able to drag your orders, I have to code all that in by, I have to code all that in. I just can't copy it from NinjaTrader uh, just because uh, I'm on a blank window and I basically created my own bars. It can be done. It's just a pretty big endeavor to do it. Same way with the DOM. Me being able to get the buttons in there for the DOM. When I do it, when I do start working on chart trading on order flow pulse on this window, when I do start working on that, what I'm going to be doing is just increments, just slow increments. What I'll first start out with is uh, just like right here. Like right here, I might just start out with market buy, sell market, and then buy, ask, sell bid, things like that. And then what I'll do is I'll just have the P&L show up somewhere up in here. Uh, you'll have to click a button. I don't know if I want to be able to have it so where a button up here where you can click on it and a separate window shows up, and then you do your orders through there and you can see your P&L through there, and then a line will show up where your uh, cost average is, things like that. And then once I get that down, locked down pretty solid, um, once I get that locked down and then actually show where you are in the order, then start showing, doing things like right clicking to see if I right click, nothing shows up. But if I right click on here, a lot of things show up just because the order flow bar indicator, that's an indicator. So it's just attached to the trade window. So you get all the things that NinjaTrader does. But as soon as you create an add-on, it's a blank slate and you have to code all of that yourself. So it'll just be increments of it. And then after about a month or two, it'll be all done. So we had some pretty good volume coming here. That's a nice wide bar. We're breaking through this area right here, through this balanced area right here. We're breaking through. You look on the 5 minute, we're breaking through. We're getting these shorts right here uncomfortable, and and of course you had that 338 lot pre-market around 840. What's going on? I don't know. What? What are you doing? What? Oh my word! You know, if I miss a trade because of that, it's going to be your fault. The wife came in and started messing with me. Hey, close my door. Thank you. All right. Uh, all right. Now I lost my train of thought. We got some 20 lot. It seems like a 20 lot kicked off with some pretty good volume. This area would be good for support. If we break that area, that could be traveling back down. Um, yeah, chart trading on an add-on window is going to be pretty huge endeavor. Uh, I've got the code. I've got an add-on for hotkeys that I use personally. Hotkeys would actually be easier to do. Um, we got some large resting orders up there at 51.52, so we have to get past them. It seems like the Russell is not as squirrely as the Nasdaq. Nasdaq is pretty darn squirrely. Um, like I'm seeing like this 2017 and 19, I'm seeing those orders, those sellers are getting caught. And if you break this area right here, they're going to be covering more than likely. And then that looks like kind of like what they're doing. They're just covering, and then we're just kind of pushing up. Now on the Nasdaq's a different beast. This thing's wild. Um, well, you had 142 lot that kicked off, but we got 32 lot that got absorbed, and we got a 45 buy. Then we have a buy and balance area. I mean, this is not a pretty decent trade for me at all. Um, we got a 39 lot on the Nasdaq that's getting caught. Um, I'll have to trade the Russell a couple times next week. Try to get a better feel for it. If we lose that area right there, that was where that large buyer pre-market came in, the 300 lot sum that came in, and then we kind of moved back down. That was during non-farm payroll. It was around 840. We If we lose that, that's not going to be good. If we lose that, I have a 38 lot that kicked in. Resting orders I've set to 20, and it's just a heat map that shows up. Wonder if we can go 25, what that would look like. That's about 30. What I should have done, no, that 30 lot, if we start losing that, that's gonna We're gonna have to close below that. Where did my 5-minute chart did you got remember on the 5-minute chart on the Russell, we're still sloping upwards, and we can come back down to this area and bounce off of this and move, and we could bounce off of this. If we lose this on the 5-minute and we start trading below, that's bearish. Right now, if you're looking to short, you got to be taking quick profits because if you come down here to 25.40, uh, that could bounce off of that because we're definitely sloping upwards on a 5-minute. On a higher time frame, on a 5-minute, we're definitely sloping upwards. Yes, I'm not doing too hot today with the Russell. I'm glad I traded an eval with that thing. I'm negative for the day. I mean, it's an eval with bull knocks I got for like 15 bucks on sale, $15 a month. Um, I mean, I'm still above 50,000, not very much. I gave back some profits I made on the NQ with it. Um, order flow volume profile. That's ETH. I want RTH. Let's see what that looks like. So on the NASDAQ, the volume profile, this is what we're looking at so far. This is what we're looking at. It's more of a B day. On 9:30, we kind of ran up here, but we had a lot of distribution down in the 24,700 area for the NQ. So for the NQ, we could drift back down. I don't have this set up for the Russell, but I'm just looking at the NQ. That's what I mostly trade. It's not looking too bearish. I'd be looking to short that thing on shorts. But the NQ, if we flip over here, yeah. So this is a valid short on the NQ right there. Would be a valid short on the NQ because you have a stacked selling balance right there. We closed below it. That stacked selling balance is right there, but you got to worry about this ledge right here. If you can get down there, that's like 30 points. Uh, but then again, you got to be careful. So if you got in there and you start coming back up here, you just got to get out and take like 5 points. Just get out, uh, regroup. You can always get back in. If we break this ledge right here, 24,800 area, and we take out that 142.45, take out about 200 lots right there, about 230 contracts right there, you can possibly come down. Now, from what I've read, these high frequency trading algorithms that institutions use, they really mess around with the NQ, and that's why it's pretty volatile. And on the Russell, from what I've read, they really don't mess around with the Russell with the high frequency trading. The Russell's not dominated by the HFTs. Yeah, the Russell does trade a little bit slow. From what I've read, the ES trades real slow because it's thickly traded. The NQ is thinly traded and it's volatile, so that gives you really good moves. Uh, and then from what I understand is the Russell is kind of like a medium in between. It's not a thickly traded market, but it's not a extreme volatile like the NQ is. And gold, I do have to look into trading gold again. Um, I traded gold a little bit using the order flow bars. I have not traded gold using order flow pulse. I need to jump into that next week and start looking at gold, trading that. We got the Russell that's starting to lose this area. We actually closed below the Heikin-Ashi smooth lines. We closed below that and we're starting to slope down. Uh, so that's looking pretty decent for short. Again, you got to be careful because of the 5 minute right here. We are sloping up, but we're starting to flatline on on the smooth Heikin-Ashi line. We're starting to flatline right there on the green on the current open. The blue violet is the close of the Heikin-Ashi smoothed out with a non EMA. $10.50. I got to leave at 11:30. Got a lot of beds sitting there. Uh, Pretty dark area, so you got quite a bit. Resting orders of 25. I really need to code the histogram of the bids and the ask here on the right side of the price. It would be nice to have a histogram there, kind of like how how it is right here, but have them pointing growing from left to right, and then on the right side of the price, and then if there's a large resting order, let's say right now we're looking at the Russell. If there's a large resting order of like 50, it'll show up like a little pill icon or something, or maybe a circle, something to show you, hey, there's a large resting order. Uh, I don't know. I'm going to think about it, see what I want to do, but I definitely want a histogram on the right side. We had large orders that kicked off. We had 122 order that kicked off here. Uh, yeah, if we can close below that, that might be a good short. We can start closing below it. If we can close below it, that would be nice. Uh, we need to eat through those bids. We need to eat through them. We need to see that sell bar getting wider and wider and start moving past them. Um, we really need to start. All right, we're widening, getting wide. We're eating through. Wow, this thing trades kind of. Okay. I'm trying to focus here. What's the spread on this thing? What is the spread on this thing? Trying to stay focused. We need to really pick up the volume. Keep going, baby. Push it. Oh, we got a little bit of volume coming in here. If we start breaking through, I don't know. Oh, I need to get the bigger numbers there. If we start breaking through, I don't know, 25, 35, half, maybe you need to get out. I'm not sure. Yeah, that's kind of small numbers. I'm an old fart, so I kind of got little bad eyes. We need to break through. We need to keep selling, people. Keep selling. We need to break through. Right now I'm at 5.5 profit. I don't know. I don't like this. Okay, on the 1 minute, if you look over here on the 1 minute, we gotta break through those orders. We got support down here at like probably I don't know what that is, but um I don't know what the numbers is. I need to keep my finger on the trigger. Right now I'm sitting at about 6 point winner on the Russell. We need to break through. We need to see the volume pick up. We need to start uh smoking through them bids. We got some bids down in here. It's kind of large. We need to break them. We got to sell and balance with the persistent selling. That dot on the 1 minute, that means there's persistent selling. We got a sell and balance that just got taken out. They traded through the sell and balance, but we're still moving through. We got some bids sitting on at 25.27. 25.27. We got some bids sitting there. I am green for the day, folks. Uh, like I always say, don't let a winner turn into a loser, or you're in. Don't say that. Just don't let a loser turn. Don't let a winner turn into a loser. I was getting ready to say, don't let a loser turn into a winner. Uh, all right, we got persistent selling on the Russell. We got some persistent selling on the Russell. If we start trading above this area, you really got to think about getting out. If you ain't paying yourself, I don't know what the heck you're waiting for. You need to pay yourself. If we start seeing some buying coming in, we're out of here. We need to see. We're right now. We're at a max level 25, 28. You got some support. If we can eat through them mother lovers, we can get on. We can get going pretty good, folks. We can get going pretty good. We need to eat through this. You got some bids sitting on here at 25, 24. We need to eat through them. If you eat through them, if we eat through them, we could possibly puke out and go for the low of the day. But I'm not going to let this thing go too far against me anymore. We got 25, 30. We got sitting on the ask at 25, 30. We got persistent buying coming in. They're defending the 25, 28 level, and I'm out. I'm out. Okay. Why did I get in? So I was pretty. I did some pretty stupid things for the first time trading Russell this morning. I normally trade the NQ. What did the NQ do? The NQ. You had a little sell and bounce right there, but it kind of puked out a little bit. Kind of lost that ledge right there with that 142 and that 45 lot. Kind of lost that edge. You got yourself maybe about 20 points on that. About $400 trade on that. Um, this was I don't know how much that was. I mean, I did make about $500 on that, I think. Let's see, I got in right around this area, and I got out once we started seeing that persistent buying coming in, and then I got out for about 8 points, about $400 trade. The reason I got in is because right here at if you look at the 1 minute over here, it was 122 lot sell, okay? And the Heikin-Ashi lines are sloping down. Also, you had a little inside bar right there, okay? If you didn't get out right here, yeah, I'm sorry, but you need to pay yourself. You need to get out. Boy, this thing can run. Boy, oh boy, this thing can run quick when it wants to. Yeah, see that on the on the Nasdaq. I'm looking at the Nas right now. We had a sell right there. They got absorbed. They traded a little bit lower, but they got absorbed. Then we had a buying bounce with persistent buying. So you can get in here on the Nas and get out down there at the low. Because if you lose that, if you're long, you're going to puke out to here to about 680. Uh, yeah, that was a pretty good winner on that was about six. That was about $1,200 winner. Holy smokes! Um. I don't trade the Russell that much. That's why I didn't get in on this pop. I mean, the Nasdaq, I've traded for 10 years, so that's my bread and butter right there, folks. Is the Nasdaq. So I got in because we had a 122 lot kickoff. Okay, that's a sell. We closed below it. Once we started breaking that low, once we started breaking that, because we're breaking this area right up in here, we're breaking this area right here. You had a 27 that got absorbed, but right there, they probably tested the waters. Then the 120 came in. The institution said, "Okay, we've had enough." And this is one order. You have to remember that this is one order of 122 contracts. One order. Now, that one order is pretty darn large for the Russell. I'm thinking because of what I'm seeing here, first day of trading is pretty large. Um, and the reason I got in is because we were losing that. Plus, you had this sell area right here. That was pretty large. Okay. And also, when I looked at this, and the reason I got in is because we only had buy support down here. Okay. You got buy support right there about 25.33. You have some buyers in there that supported it, but it was like pre-market. It was up in here. So that's an interesting area for them to be in. Okay, was right here. So I had my finger on the trigger, and then we broke through them, and then we broke through this, and I'm thinking, okay, we broke through that. We broke through those buyers that were pre-market. We broke through those buyers that were pre-market. You see them right there. More than likely, those folks uh, took profits up in here, but you got to think it's an interesting area for them. Once we broke this, I was thinking we're going to puke out for the low of days. We're going down here to 25.20, um, which I would have said thank you and done for today. Um, but then we came down here. We got some large buy right there at 200 lot that tried it earlier at around 9:45. And then once I started selling, once I started seeing, okay, this was a good sign. We broke this, we got short, persistent selling. That's what I want to see. Okay. Once we start trading up, I'm like, yeah, we got persistent selling. We broke that. We had persistent selling. Then right here, you had persistent selling, but on that 1 minute candle, they started to get absorbed. And then you have persistent buying. Then I noticed, okay, they're taking out that persistent selling. Right here is when I got out and I'm like, okay, I'm done. And I'm glad because things shot right back up. Also, you got to think about where you are on the 5 minute. We were trading right here. And then earlier I said, okay, we're kind of sloping a little bit. What do I have this set to? This is the Russell 5 minute. I have this set to bubble ticks of 4. I don't know. I don't know what I'm smoking. Minimum bubble volume of 30. So yeah. All right. Maybe I need to adjust my settings maybe for the Russell. Um, but once I started seeing that persistent selling right there get absorbed and we start moving up, kind of like right here, you got to understand right here, you had some bids sitting right there. You had some bids sitting right there. All right. Yep. See you later. Enjoy. Hopefully, some people got this trade right here. Hopefully. Yeah, my setting for the 1 minute, I got to look at that too. Order flow bars, it's set to bubble ticks of 1, bubble minimum volume of 20. That's what that's set to. Maybe I need to bump that up. Uh, and then I'm not seeing a lot of imbalance areas. So I have it set to 4, imbalance ratio of 4 with a stack level of 3. Maybe I need to, this weekend, what I'll do, because I'm not seeing imbalance areas. Uh, Kind of like I do for the NASDAQ, I got my imbalance areas locked down because I've been trading that squirrely thing for 10 years. Uh, I need to go to the playback section and mess with the imbalance areas and the ratios and the stack areas for the Russell. I really need to look at that. But the reason I got out is because we saw that persistent volume, but also we've got absorbed up in this area with these bids, okay? And then you have more bids sitting there, and we're starting to trade up, and I'm thinking, okay, I'm out. So just take your profits and be happy with what you got. We had a nice big bubble right here. That was the trigger to get short. This says 24 contracts, but you have a larger bubble underneath that probably has more contracts. So there's probably around 200 contracts. Uh, well, not 200. You had 122. There's probably 100 contracts around that big other bubble right here. And then that's why I got short right here, because I got short and I didn't see very many bids sitting on the book, and it wasn't really dark like this area right here. Okay. Not very dark. See how dark that is right there on the heat map? We got absorbed right here. The sellers got absorbed. We have large selling. We have large selling that got real wide. So we had a lot of selling volume in there, and we were pushing down. But once we started trading up above, and we see this big bid area, bids just sitting on the book, you got to get out, people. You got to pay yourself and get out. And then once you start, I mean, you really don't even need to trade the heat map. You can. You don't really need to trade it. Um, you should just trade off the 1 minute right here and just trade. Okay, we got 122. If we lose this, where's my stops? Up here. So my stop, um, your stop should be up here at about 2.5 ticks. That's roughly about $150, I think, something like that, maybe 140. Um, and then you're not going to get this whole move down here and make yourself 11 ticks on the Russell. But if you get in here and then you see that persistent buy-in, then you start trading above here. Once you start trading above here, you need to get out and pay yourself about 8 ticks. 8 ticks, 8 ticks on the Russell is $400 trade. So if you got a $400 trade on a Friday, you should be good. And if you're green, walk away, be done, shut it down. It's 11 o'clock. Shut it down. I'm not seeing a lot of large participation. And on the NASDAQ, my bread and butter, I'm not seeing large participation. I mean, I'm glad we got a $400 trade on the Russell. I'm happy. Uh, Let me just tell you, I'm not that much green for the day. I'm not even going to show you because it ain't much. I'm not that much green for the day, to be quite honest. Uh, we got 500 lot kicked off on the NASDAQ. We have a 500 lot that just kicked off on the NASDAQ. What's the Russell going to do? That 15 lot could get squeezed out. We ran up. We had a micro pullback. And this is the playbook that I used to play with the low float pump and dumpers pre-market. Micro pullback, break of the high right there, and then we're off to the races. Another micro pullback, add to it, and we're off to the races. I don't know if it's going to do it here, but yeah, we had a 540 lot kick off, a buy on the Nasdaq 500 lot that just got kicked off. I have no idea why somebody with that much size is buying at that level. I have no idea why. I mean, you gotta look at where we're at on the volume profile. We have 500 lot kick off on the Nasdaq right up here. That's not a retail trader. That is an institution, and they know something we don't, or they got a lot more money than we do. So, I mean, are we going up to 25,050 on the Nas? Have no idea. All I know is if they get caught on the wrong side, that's going to be a pretty ugly sell off. So, the first day trading the Russell, I kind of made some stupid mistakes and I kind of got negative. I was trading in this area right here. I was trading up in this area, up in the chop. I was trading up in this area. Oh, wait a minute. This is NASDAQ. Sorry about that. Um, yeah, I was trading up in this area, wick here, wick there. And I made a little money on this one. I don't know where I took that big loss on the Russell. I think it was up in here. I tried to go long, then yeah, it kind of sold off. So, which I was kind of stupid to do because look at these wicks right here. And I knew it. I knew it. And I was reading it. I knew it. I'm the one that clicked the stupid button and, and got into a trade and had to take a loss. But this trade right here got me back green. Uh, but hey, break even for today is good enough for me, folks. I took a, I was almost at my limit for my daily loss and I came back. So I am done for the day. I'm not pushing it anymore. Next week is another week of trading. I'm not pushing it. Even though it's an eval, I'm not pushing it. I want to have like 10 funded accounts with Bullnox. So that's hopefully people got this trade. The NASDAQ got that 500 lot that's taking some heat, people. That 500 lot on the NASDAQ is taking some heat. That 500 lot on the NAS is taking some heat. The next buy area support we have up here is 24,800 up in this area where he had that 142.45. See, even institutions will sit there and buy the highs, folks. You ain't the only one. Okay, that's 500 lot right there, and we're down here at about 30 points. So you got to think about this. Now, did they have more money? Yeah, they can run it up. They got more money, but we're at a 30-point loser right now. So you got 500 lot that kicked off roughly at $20 per point. You got $10,000. Okay, times 30, times 30, there, times 30. Oh, wait a minute. 500 times 20 times 30 is $300,000. So you got about $300,000 that boy and girl, that mother lover is sitting on a $250,000 loss right now. If that don't make you sick, I don't know what does. But that's some serious money right there. That's some serious money, and look at it. They're gonna run that thing back up so they can get out probably. The code that I wrote, it's one execution. The code that I wrote is not. Here, let me switch over to the NQ real quick. The code that I wrote, I'm reading the data from Rhythmic. So when that order gets filled, it's just one order, and it's coming right from Rhythmic from the data feed. What are we doing here? Anyway, we tick Bennett to 2. We'll go to the NASDAQ. Maybe tick bin this to 4 today. Who knows? Uh, yeah, we had that large buyer right there. 40 lot sell right there. Because the way I wrote the code just reads the orders that are coming in, every single orders that are coming in. And if it's a large order that comes in, if it's a limit order that got filled, then it's 540. But when you're looking at a DOM, when you're looking at a DOM, these orders right here on the bid and the ask, those are just limit orders that are just sitting on the book. No one's going to move anything unless you have an aggressive buyer or seller, and they have to hit the button in order to fill it. And the market makers, these institutions, I mean, a market maker is going to fill that. We got 40 and 37 lot. We have some sitting on the bid right there. They could get absorbed. That 40 and 37 could get absorbed on the NASDAQ. We're looking at the NASDAQ now. The rest in orders is set to 12. We couldn't break any further. If we can't break down from here, and these bars start getting wider, and we got more people sitting on the bid right there. If these bars start getting wider, then these sellers are going to get absorbed, and we can possibly move back up, or they can start taking control and then breaking right back down, which that would be a valid trade for breaking right back down and just going short. The code that I wrote for the bubbles to show up, it's only reading each order that comes in. It's just reading each order that's coming in. Now, eventually, I'm going to, probably in about a week or two, I'm going to sit down and code it in so where it does order slicing. And order slicing could mean uh, if there's a large order, let's say there's a large buy order and someone wants to buy like 100 contracts, okay? They could do 100 all at once, and then the market makers would go fill it. Uh, like this 50 lot that just kicked off. Uh, that was just one order because that's just the way I wrote the code to read it from Rhythmic. The data that's coming from Rhythmic. I'm just reading the data that's coming from Rhythmic. So we're breaking this area right here, we've got some bids sitting there. So if you want to try and get short, your stop's up here. We don't have any. You got the buyers down here. You got to think about it. Or that was an interesting area for them to buy. So do you really want to be shorting like right here? No, you kind of want to be shorting up here where a 540 got caught. And you have persistent selling right there. And then once you start breaking up in this area right here, then you can get short and your stops up here. So that's just reading the data right from Rhythmic. That's one order of 50 contracts. Now later on, I'm going to be throwing in order slicing. Let's say that 50 contract. Well, it could be a 10 orders. It could be just 10 orders and get filled 5 times. That's order slicing. And it could happen within like 200 milliseconds. And it could happen like if we switch over, uh, let's tick bin to 4. If we switch over to like live pulse mode, if we switch over to live pulse mode, what this does is it's still reading the data from Rhythmic because that's who I'm connected to with Bulldocs. It's still reading the data through Rhythmic, but these bubbles, like that big green bubble that just formed, what that is, it's calculating all the buy orders that came in for it because that's a green bubble, all the buy orders that happened within 100 milliseconds. So let's say that's 100 orders. Well, it could be one order of 100, or it could be a 10 volume 10 times, and that bubble shows because these bubbles are showing every 100 milliseconds. It takes all the orders that come in within a tenth of a second and sums them up, and then it'll show you one bubble. Like that 16 was just that. And it's like 117. I gotta cut it at 130. Oh, not 130, 11:30. Yeah, so all these bubbles like that 21 volume right there, it just calculates that every 100 milliseconds, it calculates all the orders uh, through Rhythmic since I'm connected to them. It calculates all the orders, not just one single order. Yeah, yeah, appreciate it. It's going to get better. Uh, I need to add in order slicing for uh, for the minute right here in the 30s. And well, of course, the 30 is 15 and the 5 second. Uh, I need to add in order slicing to really calculate. Maybe go to 100 milliseconds in the beginning and just calculate all that up, because these institutions, they trade on a different level than we do. They're privileged to more data than we do. These institutions like BlackRock, Goldman, they know what each other are doing because they have all that data that we're not privileged to have. They have all that data. They know trade IDs. So when Goldman's sitting there looking at it, and they're not looking at it like we're looking at it. They've got a different terminal that they're looking at. Um, when they look at it, they know what BlackRock's doing. BlackRock knows what Goldman's doing. Citadel. Everybody knows what everybody's doing. There's trade IDs, or it's called trade IDs that are attached to all these orders. And those trade IDs are like, okay, this is a Citadel order of like 200 contracts, and then a market maker is going to fill those 200 contracts like 20 times at 20 volume, things like that. I mean, they know all that. They know all the trade IDs. We're not privileged to that. I'm just connected to Rhythmic, so Rhythmic doesn't give me that information. I'm not privileged to it. Um, so you have to kind of like do little quirky things like, okay, we don't know if this 540 40 was Citadel buying. We don't know. We have no idea. The market maker that worked that, they know, but we don't. So that could be, I mean, we don't know what's going on. That's why you have to do little quirky things like, okay, uh, minimum of 10 volume for 100 milliseconds. That could be large order. And then the bubble up here will show. Um, and that's what I have to do. Right now, it's just one order right from Rhythmic. Because I read every single order. Like if you open up the DOM, I think it will tell you for the NASDAQ, I loaded how many ticks. TKS stands for ticks. It just loaded up 267,000 ticks. So 267,000 ticks. And the same thing with the order flow pulse here. If we go to, let's say we go to NQ, we go to a minimum volume of 2, we go to 30, we have resting orders of like 10, we'll just tick bend it to 1, and then we'll just click apply. Oh, wait a minute. Duh. The expiration date. Yeah, 268,000 ticks. I don't know if you can see that, but that's 268,000 ticks that loaded up for the history. Um, okay, this is a valid trade. I mean, it's kind of risky. You got a sell imbalance right here on the Nasdaq. You had 48 sell. You had a sell imbalance right here. You can get in here. Your stops up here at about 20 points. I mean, if you get in here, the thing is you have to break through this area where the buyers were interested. We do not know if they're still in, but it was an interesting area for them. So, and then you maybe come down here and get 30 points on that. We just know that, hey, this was an area that they were interested in. Okay. So we had 140 kickoff, 45, and 32. So this was an interested area, and they ran up. Then we had a 39 seller get caught, and we kind of sold off. And you want to play the pain off the bigger contracts. You want to play the pain of that. Like this 540, pretty large. And last time I've seen something like that was like last week when we were seeing like 2, 3, 4, 500 volume with the bubble showing. That they were throwing around some serious size that day. So 540, and it sells off 30 points. That's the $300,000 loss. Now for Citadel, that might not be anything, but also you have to think about this. It could be an algo, but even with the algos, you have to understand that those algos are being controlled by a trader, by a software engineer that developed it, and by a trader, and they work together. Also, you have to understand if this is one trader doing this, and they're taking a 30 point heat, that's $300,000. These traders that are sitting at the desks for Citadel, BlackRock, all the big boys, they have what's called risk desk. And that risk desk, and also they have risk limits. Some traders be like, okay, you can only lose 50,000 in a day, and then you shut off. Or another senior trader might like, okay, you can only lose 250,000, you shut off. I don't know what it is, but you got to understand that. Okay, you got to understand if they did not, and I'm just assuming that they're going to be cutting this and cutting their loss. What I'm trying to do is just put the odds in my favor. Okay, just put the odds in my favor right down here at 39. That 39 seller got absorbed. Then we had a buy imbalance. Okay, so that looks like absorption. And you can probably read it right here on the live pulse. When it came down to that area, you can look at the live pulse and are they sitting on the bid here? And the red bubbles are forming, but they're not able to push through. And then they start moving back up. Well, maybe that's absorption. And then we had a buy imbalance of four ratio in the stack of 3, and we moved up. You're just trying to put the odds in your favor, and you're thinking, okay, that's kind of small. 39 is kind of small, so you're thinking, okay, are they going to cut it right here and just cover the trade? Which, if they cover the trade, it puts more fuel to the fire. And you are right with the Dom. If I've been a Dom trader with Jigsaw Trading. I traded with Jigsaw Trading. I traded the Dom for a long time. When you have orders right here, and let's say you have 50 sell orders, and they have to eat through all of those bids. Now it might take 2 points to reach all 50, and that market maker would just fill them all. And then you'll be sitting up here at 823, and then all those bids get filled, and all of a sudden it spikes down to like 820 because all those orders got filled, and it just spikes it down, and it just runs it down. But what I'm looking at here is I'm thinking, okay, we're up high. We got a large order that kicked off. If they start taking too much heat, are they going to cover? I mean, are they going to sell and dump it? They could actually just be holding this. Who knows? Citadel could just be holding this and be like, yeah, we don't care about a $500 million loss. We're just swinging this. I'm just trying to read the numbers and see if I can put some odds in my favor. And if you look on YouTube, if you go to Deep Charts, and you look up Fabio, I think Fabio, Fabio. He traded the Robbins Cup, and he's like a world leading scalper, one of the world's best scalpers, and he uses this kind of stuff. So we came down to this area of interest, as you can see right here. Of course, we did have some selling up in there, but that was way back right here at 155. That was during non-farm payroll. So we ran up, we came down here to this area right here. We came down to where the buying interest was that ran it up, and it seems like we just kind of bounced off of it. But what I'm looking at is we have 40, 37, 50, 48, 47. We have a lot of selling interest up in here. And we need to see, if we want to move up, we need to see participation of some large buy-in. Now, if this area here, if this area gets broken, this area right here, we got some large selling participation up in here. And if you're trying to get like a short squeeze, thinking that, okay, they're selling, they're not getting paid, and we have stacked selling balance right there, so they're still interested in selling. If this area gets broken, we need to see the delta start climbing. You need to see a delta surge from like -10 to like +50, +100. You need a delta surge in order to start coming up here and then test the 24,900 area. You need to start seeing this delta right here start climbing. You need to start seeing some really large green bubbles come in and start pushing the market up. But right up here at around 898, you got some resting orders right there. That's not what you want to sell. That's not what you want to see if you're trying to go long, trying to think this is a short squeeze. You need to see some large participation. Large green bubble. Okay, we got 49. Large green bubble. Okay, they defended this area right here. That's an area of interest. If we break that area of interest, we break that 24,800, we have no o- high lot orders because none of it's showing up here. But yet they ran it up. So they just kind of they don't need to be slinging size around 50 lots, 7,500, 200 lots. They don't need to do that. They just do order slicing and just run this thing right up. That's why I want to get the order slicing in there. I don't know how I'm going to differentiate from like one contract to multiple contracts within like 100, 200 millisecond. And then display. I know how I can do it logically. I don't know how I want to display that on the chart here and make it. Well, I have thought about it. And what I was thinking is, let's say there's 100, a bubble, big bubble, and it says 100, and it'll have X10. That means there was 10 orders that equaled that 100. So that'll be able to tell you. It'll look just like it does now, but it'll be like let's say this was 50. It'll just say with like a 10 volume, it'll just say X5. It'll just say X5 for multiple orders or whatever. Um, I don't know if the minimum order I'll have it set to 5 or 10. I don't know. That'll probably be a setting that you can set yourself, and you just have to play with it. More than likely, it'll be a setting you just set yourself. Uh, Here, let me. I gotta go somewhere, so I gotta start. It'll be a setting that you can set yourself. All right, I gotta get going. I gotta shut it down. I gotta get going. I gotta go somewhere at 11:30. I gotta be actually out the door 11:45. Um, I think what I'll do is I'll just keep this running. Um, Come on. Oh yeah, there we go. I'll just keep this running. If you don't have this indicator, it's on the site. It's free to download. It's free while it's in beta. Uh, Order flow pulse is free. Of course, this is in beta. I think I got the settings locked down, all the threading issues and the performance issues locked down pretty good. It seems like it's running smooth. You can open up multiple windows, but if you do, you got to understand if you start to open up 2, 3 order flow pulse windows and looking at 2 or 3 different markets, it could actually slow the system down because you're trying to do a lot of stuff here. All right, I gotta get going. I'll be at it. I might come back on after lunch. I'll keep this running, uh, but I'll be on at Monday at 9:15. Alrighty. All right, I'm back. All right, so we're looking at the Nasdaq right now. I had to go do something real quick. We're looking at the Nasdaq. What's the old Nas doing? We traded the Russell this morning. Basically break even now with the Russell. I was down a few hundred, then I made it back, so then I'm pretty much done with that. That was the first time trading Russell. It's a little different. I normally the Nasdaq is my bread and butter. That's what I normally trade. Next week I think we're going to go after gold. We're going to start trading some gold next week. Um, Matter of fact, let's take a look at old GC. What's the contracts? I'm going to go to cmegroup.com and I'll look at uh so sometimes what you want to do is you want to come over here to the gold futures because I don't know when they roll over. I don't really trade it that much. And then you want to come over here to the volume, and then you want to scroll down to Thursdays. Yes, where that was yesterday. March. Okay, here's the thing, people. Now we got to switch over, roll it over to April. So the April's is 149,000 volume. So we got to switch over to April. Because it does March, April, May, June, July. That's right, it switches over every month. The NASDAQ, if we come over here to the CME group and you go to markets, the NASDAQ, if we come over to the NASDAQ and you switch over here, then you look at the volume, uh, you want to look right now, March 682,000 for Thursday. So June will be switching over like possibly next week. We'll be switching over probably next week. But let's come over here to the GC. Come over here to GC. All right, why is my keyboard not working? GC. I think it's APR. Yeah, so we look over at gold. I don't know exactly what we got here. Gold, I'm not too sure about. Do I even have gold in my futures? Uh, GC. Gold, I do have set up for level 2. Let's do one contract. Large volume. I don't even know what large volume is for gold. For like one order. I don't know. Let's try 10 maybe. I have no idea. Resting orders, 12. I don't know. Let's go to 5. We got a tick bin of 4. Uh, Here, let's clear that back out. Let's take a look at gold. I'm going to be trading gold next week. I'm going to trade different instruments. Yeah, yeah. Having some prop firms disallowed metals trading. Yes. Some of them have, and the reason was because silver people were just YOLOing stuff, just being prop farming degenerates and just passing evals, blowing them, passing, blowing. And it was very volatile. I know silver was. Silver was crazy. Uh, Silver was a little crazy. Gold, I'm not sure if they have banned it or not. I'm not too sure. I don't trade gold that much. Uh, Large volume up to, we got minimum volume. Here, let's switch over to a 1 minute real quick. Yeah, 1 minute minimum volume of 1. Not too sure. With gold, minimum volume of 10. Let's see what that looks like. Um, And you had a 20 lot sell, get 955. You had the 10 lot with a stacked buying balance. That looked pretty decent right there. That would have been like 10 points. We had a seller get caught at 855. Or a buyer get caught around 855. That was pre-market. Uh, I gotta make some notes and see what gold. So the resting orders, the level 2, that's not showing up for me because I don't have level 2 data because I didn't pay for it for gold, to be quite honest, because I just don't trade it. Um, let's just go back to the Nasdaq. It's loading history. We'll just tick bin this to 4. Resting orders is set to 5. That's a little high. Let's go to 8, see what that looks like for resting orders. Large volume, I'm going to set that to 30. Yeah, I just don't have level 2 data for gold. I just didn't pay for it because I just don't need it. It's only certain things I have because my level 2 data is coming from Bullnox because I got 5 funded accounts with Bullnox. It's coming right from Bullnox. And I'm paying like $14 a month for level 2. So gold's not involved in that. So if I trade gold next week, it'll just be off the order flow bars indicator right here, which I guess it seems pretty decent. I don't know what a large trade order when one single large trade order is. Is it 10? That's good. I'm not sure. Let's go back to minimum volume of 30. Let's go back to the NASDAQ. Let's just go back to the NAS. I got to fix this problem with the Delta. Don't believe that Delta. I got to fix that problem this week. Um, what I'm doing, and that's right, I got to create videos this afternoon, probably after lunch. If you go to tools and you go to settings, what I'm looking at is market data, and I'm not doing tick replay. If you scroll down here, record live data as historical. And when you check that, it's going to store your live data. So when you actually do something with the chart and you update it or something, it'll go back to the historical data because it's saving it to your computer and it's saving that. And that is pretty accurate. Tick historical data. I've got a video out there for Ninja Trader. It's only 90% accurate, to be quite honest. So it's kind of like, eh. I mean, this indicator and these add-ons are really built for live trading. They're not built for looking at historical trades and things like that in the past of what happened 12 hours ago. They're not designed for that. But you have to look at all the tick data. Uh, and this is probably loading up like 300,000 tick data. We got some resting bids at 24,801. What I have to do with this right here, with the order flow pulse, I need to get these numbers, the price numbers, a little bit bigger. When you develop an add-on for Ninja Trader, they give you a blank window. That's all you get. And well, actually, you have to code it to even show that blank window. And they give you nothing. The time down there, you have to build all that yourself. The price ladder, you got to build all that yourself. Everything on this window is all built from C#. I just have the privilege to be able to hook into, hey, how does Ninja Trader get the market data from Rhythmic, since that's who I'm connected with. I'm able to leverage that, and that's about it. Now with the indicator here, yes, you get all the fancy stuff with the, like this, the size, and then you can click that button and focus it back in. All that, and you get all the fancy stuff right here, and then you can right click and you get all that. With this, when you right click, you get nothing. You gotta build that in. Right here, you get, Chart Trader. Like right here, you can go to Chart Trader, enable Chart Trader. But right here, you get nothing. I would have to build out Chart Trader all over again. We got some resting orders on the asks right there. We got some resting offers right there. Um, so I'm really torn of, do I want to build out a chart trader for order flow pulse? I also need to build out something for the DOM, which would be the buttons that you click, and also a hotkey trading, which I've already have a hotkey add-on, but it's a personal hotkey add-on. I'm not going to release it because it needs to be has some quirks to it. That's just not really conducive to putting it out on the market. Uh, yeah, so we don't have any resting offers anymore. They just it's kind of light right there. See that real dark area right there? That is where there's large resting orders. Um, and I'm tick bending this to 4, so every bar is just one tick on the Nasdaq. And I normally do that for the Nasdaq because it trades like a squirrel hyped up on a gallon of Red Bull. So I kind of tick merge it. It's basically taking 4 ticks and merging all the data that I'm getting from Rhythmic, and then I do the logic and calculation, and that's what you see here. It's just a presentation of a tick merge of 4. Because if you didn't do that, let me bring up the DOM. Unhandled exception. Why am I getting that? That happened earlier this morning. I need to look into that because right now you can open up multiple order flow pulse windows. You can have 2 of them up there. You can have 2 DOMs. Uh, for right now with the DOM, I don't know why. If you go to order flow pulse, you can open up another window and look at the ES. Now with the DOM, that did not show up. That exception did not show up. Okay, why are you doing this? All right, I'm not gonna. This morning, I loaded up too much stuff and my system crashed because I'm running a MacBook Pro and I'm running Windows and Parallels, and that's what I have running. I didn't give Windows very much memory, so yeah, I got to bump that up. See, right now the bin is just set to 1. It's called binning and it's set to 1. So you see quarter, half, 3/4, whole, quarter, half, 3/4, things like that. But if you tick merge it, then you only see whole, half, whole, half, whole, half. Because it's just taking all the data and it's merging it together. And it just gives you half numbers. And if you tick merge it, all 4 ticks to equal 1 point, then you get 35, 36, 37, 38. I kind of like that on the NQ because the NQ trades really fast because it's a thinly traded market. You wouldn't do that with the ES because the ES is the thickly traded market. Now the Russell, I was trading the Russell this morning. I really don't trade. I don't trade the Russell. The NQ, ES and NQ is my bread and butter. Tried to trade oil and I suck at it. Tried to trade the bonds and I suck at that too. So I am basically ESNQ. And that's what the tick merging is. And that's what I have set to here. Resting orders is 8. So what I'm going to do, what I'm going to look into possibly tomorrow's Saturday, I'm going to try to get some of these educational videos. There's a section coming up on the site. It's going to be education where I just go in of setting up everything. We'll just go in here. we'll do, like when you come in here and you do, what, no, you come in here, you go to tools, then you go to not export, import. You go to import, and then you import Ninja script add-on, then you import the add-on. And then once you import it, then I'm going to walk you through, if you don't know how to set it up, how to add the order flow bars indicator. If you only want to use that, that's fine. You don't need level 2 for that. Uh, and then show you how to set all that up, how my settings are for the NASDAQ. If you trade a different instrument, you'll just have to work with that. And then how to set this up, how to install it and set this up. And this is a little bit different because right now you've got the live pulse. That's what I was showing earlier when I was away, was the live pulse. That's kind of like a bookmap thing, just live pulse. Now, what I'm doing is I don't know what bookmap does, but what I'm doing is every 100 milliseconds, I sum up the orders, and then that shows a bubble every tenth of a second. I might switch that to 200 milliseconds. I'm not too sure, but it still needs to be smooth. But that's what I'm doing. And then I coded in, I'm like, the bubbles are fine. And then the 1 minute, what you're seeing here is a 1 minute. I wanted something like that for like a 1 minute, a 30, a 15, 5 second. So like if you go to 30 seconds right here and you click apply, well, it's not going to update it, but the bar that updates going to be 30 seconds now. So that will be 30 seconds. Uh, So every 30 seconds, it's just going to create another bar. So that's 30 seconds. And if you go to 5, you can go to 5 seconds if you want to. Now every 5 seconds, it's going to create another bar in case you don't like the bubble wait. If you don't like the bubbles, that's fine. You don't need the bubbles. Just do 5 seconds. Let's see what the 5 seconds do. Now, I do some hyper scalping, but I mainly do that on the DOM. I traded with Jigsaw Trading platform, and I used their DOM to scalp the profile in the delta volume areas. Right there, we got some volume up in there, so you could probably try and scalp some of that and get yourself about 5 points maybe. Uh, but you got to look at the 1 minute. What is the 1 minute doing? I mean, this is a 5 second chart. That's pretty daggone fast. And NQ is kind of squirrely, so I wouldn't be trading that thing off of 5 seconds. You can do 15 seconds. Click apply. And it's tick bend to 4. So it might be a little difficult because we're tick bending it to 4. And then you got 30 seconds. Then you just go back to a 1 minute. Or what you could do is you just go ahead and clear out the whole thing. Now, if you clear out the whole thing, that's going to wipe everything. So if your system is lagging, let's say you grab the window and you're not able to move it around, and it's kind of really slow, it's probably because it's saving 2 hours of data before I drop it off. And if your system can't handle that, like mine sometimes will lag a little bit if I have too much on there, and I'll just hit clear and it clears it all out. That's all. Or you can just come in here and create order flow pulse. You can create another window. Let's go to the March contract. We'll go to minimum of two orders to even show a bar, and I'll go over to bars. We'll go to like 8, and then we'll just go to 4. We'll go to a 1 minute right there. Okay, now that right there. That right there, you'll see loaded 325,000 ticks of historical data. So, and you really can't scroll back and scrunch this down because I haven't coded that in. I've just coded in, hey, I only care about what's happening right now. Later on, I'll code that in so where you can change the, scrunch it down and see what's up, the bids and offer, what's low down, what's high up. All the nice to have features are going to be coming in the future. Basically, what this is with software development, you have what's called minimal viable product. Just get a product out there that people can use, and then go ahead and fill in all the features. Just get it working, throw it out there. So let me explain these bars right here. These bars, now, if you go to live pulse, if you choose live pulse mode, that updates in live mode all the orders that come in within 100 milliseconds, and the bubble will show. What this is doing, it has to have a minimum volume of 2 before it can even show something. Like right there, there was up, then it got filled up. There was no volume. It was less than 2. Uh, but this bar, like this green bar right here that's getting wide, that means there's volume in there. Like right here, there was volume. And for the delta, how you can show the delta is it has to be a nice dark green bar for positive delta and a dark red bar for negative delta. What is that? Ham sandwich? Okay. Uh, so if the bar, when you see the bar widening, that means it's kind of like the bubble growing, but for a 1 minute, it's just widen out the volume. And like right here, we had nice big, like right now, we have red volume and it's wide. You see how that widened out with the sell orders? You have more selling than buying because it's building it out wider. And if it was really dark red, that means it was high negative delta. All right, I am going to eat real quick, so I won't be talking. I'm just going to leave this on, and if anything big happens, we'll see. But it's 12:30. Normally, it's usually quiet. Mhm. What'd you do with the waffle maker? So the wife made a grilled ham and cheese sandwich, and she threw it into the waffle maker. It's actually pretty good. I thought that sandwich cooled down before he gave it to her. pretty good. Okay, well, I'm gonna look at the 5-minute chart. During pre-market non-farm payroll, this was non-farm payroll. You had some 30 lot, 59 and 30 in the 30 lot kickoff, and we kind of sold beneath that, and then we kind of traded below here, and then on the 5-minute, we had 338 orders, 338 volume, and we traded below that, and then we had a 57 lot kick in. You could have shorted this right here because that 338 buy orders, they're underwater. They're taking heat right here. So you want to play off the pain of other traders, trapped traders. This was called trap trader because with this 5-minute candle, we didn't trade above it. We didn't trade above it. Okay, so they're trapped. So if you, what I like to do is get in here, short it, and then cover down here. Once I start seeing all this buy. Once you see all that buying come in around 9:05, 9:10, you, you just want to take your profits. But if you did that during pre-market, you get in right here, and your stop's up here because once you start trading up here, you got to get out. I don't know what the stop would have been. Like if you get in short right here, you want to put your stop up here to about 10. Wait a minute, that's the RTY. That's the Russell. That's right, because I was trading the Russell this morning. And then what you can do is get in here and then start covering down here and get yourself about 12 points. That'll be about $600 trade on the Russell. Uh, that was the Russell. Yeah. So for the NQ, I was looking at this morning. We didn't have any large buyers in the NAS uh, come in. We didn't have any large buyers come in, but they did do it in the Russell. So there's really not much of a trade here. I mean, you had non-farm payroll, but that's a little crazy. You don't. I mean that whole wick's kind of invalid. Then you have some trapped buyers up here. You possibly could have gotten short here, but still, I mean that's pre-market. It's really hard to trade. I normally don't trade pre-market. I mean, I trade pre-market when I traded low float pump and dumps. Uh, but yeah, there's not much there. It's Friday. You got a bunch of feds speaking. I mean, not much is going on, to be quite honest. Alrighty. I just had to go in the kitchen and get some tea going. Have me a little, sometimes, most of the time I drink the, Irish breakfast tea, but the wife got some good, because we drank this before, the mango ginger tea. I think it's from Yogi. Mango ginger tea. Actually really good. Um, do that in the afternoon. So right here, this bar, you have nice big wide green bars. That means there was some volume in there. These little skinny bars right here, they didn't fill out. That's just low volume. So right now we're kind of pushing up. We don't have much sitting on the sitting on the asks up there. Oh, we got some selling, big wide volume selling come in. So you got more selling than volume than you do buying, but you got more delta on the buy side. I can actually see that right here in the 1 minute. What I would like to do is try to figure out what's the best way to show this. I might have to show it down at the bottom here, the delta, which I think would be pretty good. But I'm gonna have to give people an option to actually, if they even want to show the delta. Maybe some people don't even care about it. Um, So then we got some nice wide volume, buy volume up in there. We could, I mean, there's no trade here for me at all. There's some selling, resting up there. There's some asks resting on the books up there. Just a little bit up there. Uh, Not much is going on. I mean, we've got what time is it? Heck, it's 12:45. 11:30 Fed Myron, at 13:20, at 1:20 you got, Collins speaking, then you got Hammock speaking. Feds are just running their mouth. And then Trump roundtable on college sports, like, yeah, I mean, that's at 4 o'clock. Guys, who cares? I mean, that's why the market is probably the way it is right now. It ain't nothing. I mean, we've traded quite a bit. Uh, we've moved quite a bit from, where's 930? Roughly around in here. Up here, we've moved about 200, 280 points. That's a pretty decent move. Pretty decent move. Pretty decent. I was trading Russell this morning. I was doing kind of some stupid things, clicking buttons on the Russell, and I lost some money on an eval. I didn't want to trade a funded account. Didn't want to take an instrument that I normally don't trade and then try to trade it, because I was trying to see what it was like for the order flow pulse and stuff like this, and for the order flow indicator, order flow bar indicator, just to see what it was like. Ended up losing a few $100 on an eval, and then I made it back on a really good short. I made back about 400 and some. Uh, so that was the Russell this morning. I don't know if I'm going to be trading the Russell. My bread and butter is the NQ and the ES. But the ES, I'm probably will not stream when I'm trading that, just because thickly traded. I trade that a little bit heavier than NQ with contracts. I'll go in heavy, get myself a point, sell some, move to a break even, try to get some runners on the NQ. It's a thickly traded market. I just go in a little bit more contracts and just get in, get some money and get out. I'll be right back. The tea's ready. Here, you can yell at her too. Get her, Kelsey. Tell her. Yeah, tell her, Kelsey. Yeah, whoop your booty. Hey, don't you do that. All right, she's coming. Go get her. Banging on the What's up the screen, you crazy kid? You crazy kid? All right, we got some persistent buying. Ain't much, not a trade for me there, folks. Not a trade for me. It's Friday. It's a little crazy up in here, I guess. At least with the wife and the kid. Oh, what the heck are we doing? All right. You got a little bit of resting order up there. Oh, where I can't even read that 8 1/4. I need to get that bigger. We got some good delta coming in. Those wide bars right there. When the bars start widening, like right now we got low delta because they're kind of opacity's kind of light. But when you have a dark green like that, that just means it's high delta in that area at that 1 point area because I got a tick merge of 2. No, tick merge of 4. Tick merge of 4. That's all that means. That's all that means. Uh, Okie dokie. Alrighty, got my tea settling in. Not much is going on. So when you look at this right here, I'm going to explain something. You had a sell imbalance, okay? And I've got that set for the NQ of 4x more sellers than buyers and at a stack level of 3. So it has to go like quarter, half, 3/4. That's 3 levels. And it has to be more buying than selling 4 times within those 3 levels. If you understand stacked and balanced on a footprint chart. And then we kind of sold off. But right here, you had a green buy and balance area. This is on a 1 minute. And then when you close below that, that is telling you you had more buyers than sellers in that top of that area right there of that wick. But they got pushed down, which means they got absorbed, which is bearish. Okay, you can probably get yourself a quick scalp if you break that low right there and get yourself a real quick scalp. Probably you ain't gonna get the whole thing. Maybe you get like 5 points. Okay, that's $100. You do that about 5 times, you get yourself about $500, and you'd be done for the day. Move along. That's a 6-figure income. If you can do that consistently daily, that's a 6-figure income right there. Don't be listening to these lying gurus, these lying ass gurus up in here telling you they're making $100,000 a month. I mean, they're probably spending $30,000, $40,000 prop farming, blowing up accounts, and only showing you the good ones. And I mean, yeah, whatever. If you want to hang out in the channel, and I'll try and teach you how to pass evals, get funded accounts, take that money you make from the funded accounts, put it into a personal account. By the time you hang out with me, hopefully you'll learn enough. Hopefully you can take this stuff and out trade me. And then you can go trade a personal account. Then you don't have to listen to these stupid ass prop firms and their stupid rules. You can tell them, "Hey, my money, my rules." What was funny, I just had, the wife went and did something, and I opened up the window for my kid, and, she was yelling at her mom. Uh, it's Friday, I'm not really gonna be trading. I traded in the morning, traded pre-market, traded in the morning with the Russell. Um, I mean, the Russell, I lost money, then I made it back, got to a break even, then I'm done. I don't trade the Russell, so, I tried this morning, lost some money, almost hit my break, almost hit my stopping point for trading. Then I made one good short, and then I made it back. About the Nasdaq is my bread and butter. We had this dot right here on the order flow bars, the indicator. This is the indicator. That dot right there is selling persistent. That dot right there is buying persistent. Persistent just means, and I have it set, the persistence is set. I need to do a video here pretty shortly in about an hour, showing everybody how to set this up and explain everything in detail of what all this stuff that I coded in actually is. Stacked persistence enables stacked persistence. I have enabled it. The dot position is the center. I mean, you can put it left or right if you don't use hollow bars like me. Persistent duration ticks and a minimum per level. I have it set to 3 and 10. So what that means is this dot within that 1 point area, within like a 1 point area, actually it's like within 3 tick area, because it has to be persistent 3 ticks. Yeah, the ortho bars beta 2 is available to you right now. You can just go to the site, uh, https orderflowbars.com. If you just go to the site, just click on that link, go to the site, go ahead and create an account. It's free to use while in beta. It's going to be in beta for a little bit longer, maybe about a week or two, I guess. Just go ahead and create an account. You will get to this right here. Order flow bars trade where real buyers and sellers are. You'll see no active license. Just click on view products and you'll see an active license right there. Okay. And if you need help, go to support at orderflowbars.com. Uh, it's only me, so I will get to the support stuff when I can. And then you can just come in here and just download it. Just click download and you import it. The order flow pulse, you can download that. You're going to need level 2 in order to see the resting orders. You're going to need level 2. If you trade off a DOM, you can download the DOM. Right now, I don't have any execution buttons off the DOM. Also got the smooth Huygens ASCII. I'm going to be throwing up also VWAP, volume weighted average price. I need to finish the code up on that. That's going to be a VWAP, volume weighted average price. So people, yeah, oh yeah, yeah. When you download it, it's the old version. It's basically the same thing. It's just that I removed the level 2. I removed the level 2. I removed the level 2 uh, heat map just because I have the order flow pulse right here. So yeah, I need to update the new version. It's still the same logic. It's just that I removed the ladder for level 2 that doesn't show on the map here just because I have the order flow pulse here. It was easy for me to get the DOM and the order flow pulse up and running just because I already have the logic written that's gathering the data and all the logic for manipulating the data that I have to manipulate to show the bars and stuff. All that's written, and I just have to write the presentation, just a logic to just present the data in a different form, basically. Um, Yeah, I need to create a video. I'm going to update the order flow bars to the new version because when you go to tools and you go to settings, when you come down here and you click on market data, when you go to tools settings and you go to market data, I have here record live data as historical. So I check that. I don't use show tick replay. That's only 85 to 90% accurate for historical data. But if you come here and go to record live data as historical, like if you click refresh or something, then it loads this stuff up. That still needs some to be worked on a little bit. I mean, it's good enough if you're able to get to your desk and be at your computer and you're trading the live market. This is basically designed to be able to trade the markets live. That's just like right now we got some a selling balance and we got selling persistence right there. So you know if you want to get in, you can try to get in there. But I mean, there's really nothing going on to be quite honest. You don't have very much resting orders there, but there's not much going on. So I really wouldn't be trading to be quite honest. Just because there's a lack of participation right up in here. You're not seeing large orders. You're not seeing really large orders going on. So it's a lack of participation because it's lunchtime. I just don't trade. I like trading when you have an edge, and I like to trade the edge off of stuff like this. Uh, like right here. Right here, you had 39 seller, but it kind of got absorbed a little bit. You had a buy imbalance, but then we're trading past through it. Okay, so the momentum kind of shifted a little bit, and then you can try and get yourself a short and put your stop up here above here. Also, like this 500 orders that came out. This 500 orders came out. Once we start breaking that low and we go down like 30 ticks, I mean, you got 500 orders and you go down 30 points, not 30 ticks. If you got 500 contracts and you're down 30 points, that's a $300,000 losing trade right there. So, yeah, I just like playing the pain off of other people, off of other traders. Right here, you got a 39 lot that kicked off, couldn't sell anymore. We kind of absorbed it right here, kind of didn't really trade aggressively down. You would have to look at the heat map here to really see. Then you had a buy imbalance. You can come in here because you have a buy imbalance, more buyers than sellers on 4 times more with 3 stacked levels, and you can run up. Where's your stop? Down below. I basically would put it down there at that 39. So if you get in here, you got about a 10-point stop. And you got a nice little trade. When you start running up here, like even if you get on the break there and you start running up here and you start coming back down, you took a little bit of heat, probably like 10 points. Took about $200 heat, but then it really ran up. I remember that because the Russell was trading up in here, and I took a short on the Russell, and that's where I made my $400 on the Russell. Basically, made my money back that I got stupid and lost in the morning trading the Russell. Um, yeah, there's really not much going on. I'm not seeing any large participation. Because these dots right here, the bubbles, that's one trade. Yeah, those are just one orders. That's a large order that got filled. Um, yeah, that's just large orders getting filled. Later on, I'm going to code in what's called order slicing. You have an institution that needs to fill like 200 contracts on the Nasdaq, and they might do, okay, we want to do 20 orders, but 10 times, or do 10 orders 20 times. and it gets filled within like 100 milliseconds because it just slices the orders up, and because they just don't go all in at once. Maybe it happens within like 250 milliseconds, uh, like a quarter of a second. It's not one large order. So if it's not one large order, it's not going to show up. But within 200 milliseconds, if 200 orders get filled within 200 milliseconds, that's either a crap ton of retail buyers or sellers in an area, or it's an institution doing order slicing. And I just got to write that logic to do it. But that's a major thing that really needs to get done. Also, I got to code in, and it's not going to be accurate because I don't have the trade IDs. Only the big people are privileged to that information, but I need to code in and put a message up top when there's could be iceberg order happening. When we're moving up and you have a sell order of like 20 volume, it gets filled, it gets refreshed 20, it keeps getting refreshed, and we're not able to move up, and it just keeps getting refreshed, and you end up with like 200 orders, and the market's not moving up. Well, it's getting absorbed because there's an iceberg that keeps refreshing because the market maker institution says, hey, we need to sell 500 contracts, do it. Well, they're going to probably iceberg it. Yeah, I've been writing code for 15 years. I worked for Booz Allen Hamilton. I did a lot of government contracts because I lived in Alexandria before in the DC area, and I worked for a lot of government agencies. And I've coded in from Java to Python, C++, C Sharp. Right now, my big thing is Rust. I really enjoy writing Rust code. Uh, and C Sharp, I'm not a Windows fan. I'm not a Windows fan, but oh yeah, Roanoke. Wow, I was born and raised in the Blue Ridge Mountains, so in the Shenandoah Valley. uh, so my long term, what I would like to do long term is I would like to get the indicator and the two add-ons. I mean, they're pretty much good to go where you can actually trade and make money. And I would like to have enough support uh, for this. And when I say support, like, I mean, when it comes out of beta, I haven't been, I've been thinking about this. Maybe for like the first 300 people, it's only going to be $95 for like a whole year. You get everything I write, all my updates, everything, as long as you're a member of the site, or maybe like $25 a month. I'm not sure, but it might be $95 if you want to pay upfront for a whole year. $95. I mean, that's less. That's like $10, less than $10 a month, and you get everything and all the updates. And then if I can get enough support, what I would like to do is build out my own trading platform. And you don't have to be on NinjaTrader, and just build out my own personal platform. But that's a pretty, because a lot of this logic I can take from C Sharp that's written for all this and just port it over to my own personal trading platform. But then I have to code in Rhythmic data feed. If you want to be connected to Rhythmic, well, you want to execute orders from there, I got to code all that in there and hook up to their API system. If you're trading Trade Debate, I would have to code all that in, put that in there. Then I have to code in all the market limit orders, the, I mean, there's a lot to be done. So I don't know if I want to do that, but if I can get enough support, I might. If I can really build this out and get a lot of support, and if I can get an investor, then I'll be able to hire another developer and we can go ahead and run it. But for right now, I'm really going to be focusing on NinjaTrader and building this out. So in a 5 minute chart, we closed above the Higanashi smooth lines. We need to have the close kind of sloping upwards. If we can hold this, because you have some volume anticipation right in this area, about 24,800. You have this area right there. You had all that volume participation right up in here. And it looked like they defended that area. Yep. So we had 81 just kick off. Uh, you saw that on the 1 minute. 81 kicked off. That was probably that bubble right down in there. And then we have 32. So we have nice green. The 5 minute is looking bullish. If we can hold that, that'll be good. The rest of the orders up in here are, it's kind of a solid color. What I need to code in for this is on the right hand side, have like a histogram to be able to show you, uh, like there's more bids down here, kind of like a histogram on the right side of the price line. So we really need to see the volume kick in. I mean, this is an eval. Uh, we need to see the volume kick in, or I'm going to cut it. Uh, yeah. So we got the volume in there. It needs to pick up. Yeah. Um, trying to drink tea and trade at the same time. So we got volume kicked in. We got persistent volume right there. Um, if they can't break through this, and we really need to break through that in order to run. But if you look at the 5 minutes right there, I just, I just cut it real quick. I just didn't feel it. Uh, but that's a nice trade. We got some selling up in there. Yeah, if I just would have held it, it would have been profitable. Oh well. We got 47 lot. That could possibly get trapped up in there. Okay. I was shoot, what account is that? Oh, okay. So that's like a small trade. I just had to get back the money. took on that small loss. The reason I took it is because I saw that 47 right there. I took the 47 lot. We had some selling, and the buying pressure was still there. Then you have that 34, so that's going to put a little heat on that 47, and we're starting to run up. And on the 5 minute right here, we had 47, and I just cut it up here because you got that resistance area right here. We need to break through that. I just wanted to if I would have held that trade, that would have been a nice one. I would have cut it anyways once I saw that 47. But it's green for the day. Uh, so when you see when it runs up like this, and you see these green bars wide, that's support. Once you start coming up here and you see that resistance right there, and you see those red bars, once it starts getting wide and we're not moving, and the green, the buyers are not stepping in, pushing this more, and have a nice wide green bar like that, or a nice wide green bar like this right here. If you're not seeing that and you're up here, that's why I just went on ahead and just cut the trade. Just take a small profit, just cut it. I think I scalped like maybe 10 points out of that. I don't know, what was the execution? And I took a small loss, and I took that winner. That was like 8 points. Like $160. That ain't much. The other one I tried to get, and I took a few point loss on that. It was like a few points. I bought, yeah, I took like a 2.25 point and a quarter loss on that one, then an 8 point trade on that. That's on an eval. I'm not trading funded accounts today because I just didn't feel like it. Uh, where's this one back up to? Okay, wait a minute, hold up. Huh? Okay, so I got an eval that's, I thought that one, oh. So account 26, that's where I took the big loss on Russell, and then I took a big winner, and then basically I'm up. I'm up a few bucks on that account 26, but account 21, uh, it's at 50,500 right now. So just about 2,500 more dollars to pass. We probably pass that next week and get some decent runners. You get a decent run, I could probably pass that. Have like 6 funded accounts. As long as I stay away from trading the daggone Russell, like I did this morning. Uh, but at least I did it in a fresh eval. So right here we had a 59 lot and a 46. That's kind of, but you got to think about that 47 right there. That got underwater. Then you got another 59 lot, which is right here. 59 trying to kick off, and they got absorbed, and we started trading above here. Normally, when you get something like this, you can actually go in on the high right there and break that high, and try to get you a scalp. But what you really want to do is if you get in here, you're at the highs. You're trying to make new highs. You got some resting orders up in here. So if you're up like what was it, 885? If you're up 10 points, you're on 1 minute, you're up like $200. You don't want to give anything back. You see those bars right there, that red bars right there, they're pretty wide. If we start trading below that, you gotta get out for a break even. Basically, I'd move to a break even right there. Right there, I'd be getting out. Right there, I'd be getting out just because we don't have any support down here for one thing. There's no one really sitting on the bid pretty heavily. I'd just be getting out. Just take $100. If you came up here and you saw this and you're getting absorbed and the bar's not widening, we're not moving up, we're getting absorbed up here, and then you start trading down to here, just take a 2 3 point winner. Who cares? If it reverses and we have a large order, like 100 lots kick in here, we got massive volume, we're pushing up, you can always jump back in. Commissions are cheap. You want to think about capital preservation first, even if it's an eval. You need to think about capital preservation because you need to trade these things like you would your real money. At least that's the way I want to teach people how to trade, is to be able to use these prop firms, get money, put it into a personal account, and then trade that personal account. Yeah, we're not seeing much of anything. They tried to come up to this area. We had some resistance, resting orders up there. We came up here, we had resting orders. Really couldn't get anything here. I thought for sure with all this green up here and these wide bars, we had resting orders. I thought for sure we'd test it and at least run up a little bit, but I guess they ran out of steam. And you have these orders down here. This is down at the bottom of that wick right there, that hammer. It's at the bottom of the wick. I like seeing it up at the top. Okay. Maybe the seller, maybe down towards the bottom, and that buyer, I want to see up at the top, not down here. I want to see it up at the top, basically. And you got to think about the 5 minute. I'm looking at the 5 minute right there. Um, that's about activate windows on my parallels. Uh, I'm running a Mac and running all this on parallels for the Mac. Um, you got to think about the 5 minute. We came up here. This area, this 24,800 is pretty heavy. If I look at a volume profile, it's probably P shape. Yeah, volume profile where distribution is pretty heavy on the top side here. If you look at the daily, we're not really doing very much. We've been consolidating for the past couple weeks. I mean, right now, the Heikin-Ashi lines are pointing upwards. They're separated, and they're sloping upwards. The Heikin-Ashi lines, this is the 5 minute. The Heikin-Ashi, which you can download from the site uh, for free, uh, what that is, it takes the Heikin-Ashi data, open, hollow, closed, divided by 4. It takes the average bar, and that's what Heikin-Ashi stands for in Japanese, just stands for average bar. It takes that average bar. Now, instead of plotting a Heikin-Ashi chart, what I've done was take the Heikin-Ashi data and smooth it out with a 9 EMA, and that's what's given me those lines. And I got that idea from reading papers from institutions about high frequency trading. And what they have done, some of them has taken the Heikin-Ashi chart, that data, and then they smooth it out with the EMA. And I just used the 9 EMA. That just keeps you in the right direction. That's all. If you're a trend trader, it keeps you in the right direction. And they were using it for the high frequency trading to keep their little bot in the right direction. We got 79 lots that kicked off. They're taking some heat. We don't have any support. The problem is, if you try and take a short like that, on the 5 minute, this is what you're up against on the 5 minute. You got the you got the trend sloping upwards. You got support right here. So if you try and take a scalp, a short on a scalp, you better have a tight stop. And plus, you got to wait until the bar closes. So the next thing I'm going to code in, and we have some people sitting up here at 24,901. They're just sitting up there. You can see that dark line right there. They're just sitting up there at 8 1/4 or 821, somewhere around here. You got some bids that are sitting there. What I would like to do, I'm going to look into it this weekend after I create these educational videos later today, is have on the right side of this area right here, on the right side of the price, I'm going to put a histogram of all the bids and asks. Okay. So you know what's sitting on the books, kind of like the volume, like down here. The histogram would be a little bit wider. Then right up in here, there'll be nothing. And right up here would be a little bit lower. It's just a histogram. And then what I'm going to do on that histogram on the right side of the price, if there is a large amount of resting orders, let's say like over 100 for the NQ, then it would show like a little pill and it would say 100. Uh, but like I said, I got to code all that in, and I will end up doing that. Because right now, all this right here, all the header up here that you see, everything on here, the time, the price, all that had to be coded in. I think I'm up to like 1,800 lines of code just for the order flow pulse. Uh, because when you an indicator for NinjaTrader, like the indicator here that's built on the chart, you get all the bells and whistles that NinjaTrader gives you for a chart. But when you do an add-on yourself, you got to code every single thing. Uh, which is not a problem. It's just time consuming. So that's 79. That's 79 buyer. 79 buyer taking a little heat. At 34, 36, 79 taking a little heat. At 81 in this area right up in here. We could get a bounce off of that area. But if you're in a short, that's where you want to be taking your profits is around here. You see a stacked buy-in bounce right there on the 1 minute. Of course, it went away. That's showing you there's some strength in there from the buyers. There was 4 times more buyers and sellers in that area. So you got to be careful because it could, when you get past that area, those buyers might really kick in and shoot this thing up. So if I was in the trade, which I'm not, if I was in the trade, what I would have done if I would have gotten this right here, which I wouldn't take this trade, and the reason why I just wouldn't, you had 79 buyer. Okay, that's fine, but we closed above it a little bit, still negative, but if we closed down here, nice solid candle, and we closed down here, yeah, to me that's a valid short to go short. Okay, because you wouldn't have this candle way up here. You'd have it down here. That's a valid short for me. That's a valid short. That's not in the playbook. That's not my play. So that's why I just wouldn't take it. We'd have to close below. Nice solid red candle closing below. Kind of like a bearish engulfing for this one. And you're thinking, okay, that 79 order is going to sell once we start breaking, because they see this area right here. They see this. Their next support's down here. Are they willing to take that much heat, 30 points of heat? Who knows? They might. I'm just trying to put the odds in my favor and try to catch a trapped buyer or seller. Or if you see a nice solid, let's come back here and see if we can't find one. Ain't much going on. Really ain't much going on today. Okay. So like right here, we had 44. We had 44 lot to kick off. That was pre-market. Okay, then you had a seller 80. You got to think about about the pre-market. How much accumulation is up in here for the buyers and sellers, the big people stepping in with lots of contracts. You had 80 lot right here at 9:30. You had 80 lot, and if you break that, you could spike up and get that, because you have that. You're using a big buyer. You're using that big buyer for support, and if you break that high, you're trying to get a quick scalp. That's pre-market. That's the opening drive. I normally don't play that just because, well, uh, yeah, to me that's kind of gambling. For me, it is. I don't play that. And another thing, like down here, you have some support because you got that 81. It's small. It's small. It's not like 2 300 accumulation orders down here. It's small. It's 81, but it could be support, and it was. You had a purple dot right there that's telling me persistent selling, but we closed above it, so they got that persistent selling got absorbed a little bit. Uh, what I would really like to have seen is a nice buy order of like 50 lot order, buy it right here, and then get on the break of that high right there and scalp yourself about 20 points. I mean, that's what I would like to see in order to take it. I'd take less trades, but I just want to see it. And earlier, when you saw me take that small loser, I took a small loss because I just didn't feel it. I took a small loss because I was looking at the heat map, and I was looking at the bars here being formed, and I'm like, I don't like this. I cut it. And then you saw me get right back in once we saw that this right here at 47 and at 34, and then I got right back in and uh I made back my loss and then some. You know, I do that constantly. I wouldn't say constantly. I do that a lot. I will cut it. I'll cut it quick. If it's not going to run for me and those orders ain't coming in, I'm cutting you. Show me what you got. And then if we sold off, I would have been, oh, I'm glad I cut it. And then all of a sudden we started reversing and started moving back up, and I'm like, oh, okay, I'm gonna get back in. Made back my loss and then some. When I traded off the Dom with Jigsaw Trading, that's what I would do a lot. I would just sit there and scalp, and if we broke it, I'd take a small loss and then try to get a nice winner. If your batting average is 50% and you're taking 5 point losses, but you're taking 10, 15, 20 point winners, consistent batting, and you're at 50%, well, you're profitable. And when I'm really dialed in and focused, earlier this year, I was at a 70% win rate when I was scalping off a 40 range chart. I was taking a 40 range chart on the NQ and then looking for large buyers and sellers with stacked imbalances, and then I was just scout myself like that, like 10, 15, 20 points. You got to get the base hits. I know some of the gurus will tell you, "Oh, why'd you take that small loss? You either take a full stop out or and let the trade breathe, let it work for you." Well, I'm sorry, that's for you, not me. I make my decisions as the orders are coming in. And I'm not trading on a dime for a reason, because I want to get good at trading stuff like this, of the heat map and order flows that are coming in. And I traded off a footprint chart for many years as well. Uh, the one platform that I do like that was uh, footprint. I mean, Quantower has a nice footprint chart. They really do. They have a nice one. Ninja Trader has one that sucks. They got a footprint chart that sucks, to be quite honest. If I can get support for this and get a lot of support for this, and if I can build out, if I can write the code for an add-on for a chart trader and rewrite the code, I basically have to rewrite what Ninja Trader has, unless they want to give me that code, which I doubt they will. Um, I could easily take this right here, the code I've written to build out this little chart right here. I could easily take the code and actually just build out a footprint chart. So we got 49 buy order. We need to hold this. I'm not seeing a lot of resting orders for the bids. Oh, there we go, right there. We need to hold this. This area right here, we need to hold. If we lose this area, the next stop could be 24,800. And looks like you're losing it there, buddy. Are you going to puke out on us? Are you going to puke out on us? At 24,800, because the 5 minute, if you look at the 5 minute, got 142, 45, 40, 43 lots here. That's your area. So if you get down there, you get close down to there. If you took a short, if you took this 49 short right here, once it broke this area, and you're down here at 24,805, and you started at let's say 18. I mean, you got to pay yourself a little bit, and then move to a break even or move up a little bit. I mean, that's how I trade. Just because I know we're coming we're coming down to a support area right up in this area. Okay. You're you're coming down to a support area where buyers were interested. They ran up. Buyer interested. They ran up. Okay. 39 lot seller got absorbed. We ran up. Okay. You've got somebody that's interested in these levels. So if you try and short a market right here, yes, you got a lot of orders and it broke through, but you got a lot of buy orders sitting right there. And plus, you really don't take the trade because you got right here, you got a the bubble profile. This is a bubble profile and it goes off the numbers here. And then that profile is sitting there. And then we have support down here. I'm going to change it up a little bit so the settings don't go off of the bubble amount, where you can actually put in the setting that you want for the volume profile. Basically, you can put in your own setting, like only calculate stuff that has like 5 orders or more in like a one tick range or something. I'm going to uh, work on that later, so you can really modify the settings you want for a volume profile to show the buying and selling interests. So basically, we just came down to this area right there. We just been kind of chopping around. I mean, there's money to be made here. You just got to be trade light and be quick. Just take small profits, little base hits. Hit a 142, 45, 43 for support in this area. We kind of came down there to that area. I had a 49 buyer that got caught a little bit when we came down here. And we're trading back up. Then you got stacked buy and balance right here. You got a stacked buy and balance. And that's a pretty heavy one because it seems like it's a little bit darker. Right up here, you had a buy and balance, but it's kind of light, shaded light. This is shaded a little bit darker. So you had 4 times more buyers and sellers within a 3 stacked range, and they got absorbed and we sold off. So we could just bounce around. I'm not seeing any really good trades, to be quite honest. I didn't think I would today. It's Friday. You're not going to really see much. I just got lucky that took that big loss on the Russell this morning, and I got a big winner on the Russell and basically break even. I got lucky on that. And then on the other account where I just took a small loss, and then I took this winner right up in this area. I mean, I'm done for the day. So around 2 o'clock, I'm going to probably cut the stream, and then I'm going to crank out these education videos of how to set this stuff up, because I would like to do it while the market is open, so I can see the resting orders up here. Plus, I don't think much is going to happen. I normally trade 8:30 to 11:30. 8:30 to 11:30. If I lose money between that time period, I shut it down. I don't trade. If I break even, I shut it down. Don't trade. And if I'm up green, um, shut it down. Don't trade. And if I do want to trade in the late afternoon, I will. If I was trading micros, and let's say I'm up, let's say $500,000. Let's say I'm up $1,000 for the day. Decent day. Late afternoon, I'm not going to be trading minis. If I want to keep trading, I'll switch over to micros and start trading micros, like 2 to 4 micros. But if I start giving money back, I just shut it down. We're seeing a lot of wicks. A wick right there. We have some wicks right here where the stacked buyers got absorbed, went traded down. We see a wick right here. It ran up, came down. It's just not very good day to really be trading, to be quite honest. Not a really good day. And also, you got to think about the 5 minute long term. We got 5 minute. go back to 9:30. We got a 5 minute. The morning was really good, and then the thing about it right now, we came up this area, we kind of sold off, came down to here, kind of bounced off. We're in a balanced auction area. We're in a balanced auction area. You can make money by buying down here and selling up here. Kind of going back and forth. You can make and there's you can make a lot of money doing that. Um, but I'm looking at this right now, and I'm seeing the smooth Heikin-Ashi lines converged right back together, and they're flatlined. That's telling me to stay out. Don't trade. I need it to be separating and sloping up to catch the shorts on the wrong side and to trade up. Or a nice large buyer or support, break that higher, start trading up higher, and then go up. Kind of like this. On a 5 minute chart, sloping upwards, they're separating, Heikin-Ashi lines sloping upwards. I would not be looking for any shorts here at all. I'll be looking for longs. We had a 142, 30, 32, and a 45. So once we broke this area right here, once we broke that area right there, right up in here, you got all this support right here. Your stop could be down here at about 50 points. You get in here. Once you start seeing that 39 lot seller, and we close up here, but once we can't trade any higher and we start trading back down, just get out for about 30, 40 points. Okay. No, you didn't get a 1-for-1, but who cares? You make a little money. As long as your batting average is good, you're good to go. You have no idea if you're going to get a 1-to-1, 2-to-1, 3-to-1. You have no idea. All you can do is just trade what the market's telling you right at that moment. Yeah, we're not really, and then we see not a whole lot of participation from anybody. Up in this area, no participation. Now that it's after about 1 o'clock, they're coming back. There's some participation up in here, but I scalped a little bit here to get myself green on my other eval account. I didn't trade any funded. I don't trade funded accounts on Fridays just because historically, I either break even or lose money on Fridays. Kind of like today. Yeah, I'm up. I'm up. I'm up $100. It's a Friday and I'm up $100. Usually I either lose money or make money on a Friday, but I'm up $100. Okay, no big deal. I could have been up about 400 or 500 if I didn't trade the Russell, but hey, I just wanted to try it out, see what it's like. Because when people come ask me, well, what kind of settings do I do for the Russell? I'd be able to tell them. Uh, but I'm not seeing a lot. We're kind of flatlining. 10 minutes to 2. And it's not doing very much. It's a Friday. Next week, I'll be streaming at 9:15 next week. We'll see what we can do. Last week, we had a fantastic runner, 150-point run. That was a 150-point short. That was fantastic. I didn't get the whole 150 points. I did get quite a bit of it. Last week, we had some really nice winners, had 25, 50 pointers pretty consistently. But that's what the 5 minute is showing, not very much. We got some support down here, so we might sell off and come down here to 809. But we don't know. And then you got the live pulse. Actually, let's go to 1. Just clear this out. I have a hard time trading off of a live pulse. I just can't. It's easier to see absorption areas because you can see the bids and the asks. Like right now, they're just sitting on the ask up there at 856 and around 890. They're just sitting on it. It would be easy. I need to make these bubbles bigger. Um, it'd be easy to see the absorption areas being absorbed. I think it would be easier to see that. But for me to actually find trapped buyers and sellers, I have a hard time trading off of a system like this. Compiling it on your system, you do. I don't. I don't know because I'm using right off of mine. I was on a phone call with someone else when they installed it, and they had to install it. It should be a zip file. You should just have to go to new tools, import it, and it's a zip file. You download. Uh, they might have to compile it if you don't have .NET installed on your system. It might ask you to do that. I'm I've got a Windows laptop here that I need to. I can test that out and see because that doesn't even have Ninja Trader on there or .NET. But if you have Ninja Trader, you should have .NET Framework anyways, because that does it. Because this is basically C# code, the same thing that Ninja Trader is. We're coming down to a interesting area, and if we lose this area, because you had buyers interested in this area right here. They supported it here. They got caught a little bit, and then right here they still ran it up. So this is the interesting area right here at 24,800. Yeah, about 2 o'clock, I'm gonna go ahead and cut it and start making some of these videos and start testing this stuff on my other laptop that's Windows and see how it goes. So I'll be back at it Monday, 9:15. Have a good weekend.